case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts, they're people.
A lot of people would call Bloodborne a masterpiece, and a lot of people would be right. Even the game director in Angel on Earth, Hidetaka Miyazaki, is on record saying that this and Dark Souls 1 had the biggest impact on him. Oh, he's just like me for real. And since it is turning 10 years old, I figured that someone should do something to celebrate it, since the fucking troglodytes over at Sony are too busy pretending that Bloodborne doesn't exist. Except when they want to shut down fan projects, of course. But whether they deserve it or not, this is without a doubt my favorite PlayStation property out there. Not only is it fun as shit to play, but the narrative of the game is without a doubt the most captivating in the series in my opinion, with some really heavy themes sprinkled in. Even if you're not the type of person who engage with the plot of Souls games as you play, it's really hard not to ask questions as you go through Bloodborne. Like, for example, what in the fuck is this thing? And that's kind of my role here. If you're new to the channel, we are going to be breaking down my most recent playthrough of Bloodborne, going through the entire story along with the lore of every boss and area as we progress through the game together, including the Chalice dungeons. There's also an important game mechanic in Bloodborne called insight. Gaining more of this insight allows you to see things in the world that ordinary people aren't aware of. So it makes even more sense that the more aware of the world we become, the closer we get to the truth of what really happened here. And like literally every single Souls game, Bloodborne takes place in a once prosperous world that is way beyond its prime. So before we jump into the shoes of a hunter, I think it's important to paint you a picture of what this place was like before the beasts and the aliens and shit, so we can put the pieces together of what happened here ourselves. And due to popular demand, this brief explanation will be accompanied by me shredding Isz Chalice again. The Victorian-era inspired city that most of the game takes place in is called Yharnam. Yharnam was famous all around the world for its very unique treatment called blood ministration. Blood ministration utilizes blood with very special properties that are somehow able to heal not only wounds, but diseases and illnesses too. This procedure would be carried out by the primary religious institution of Yharnam, the Healing Church. And with the ability to cure problems like a terminal illness or even blindness, it's no surprise that Yharnam quickly became one of the most important places in the entire world. And not only that, people unsurprisingly began to worship the Healing Church and blood due to the incredible properties that it possessed. People poured in from all over the world, and it almost seemed like the Healing Church wanted to distribute this magical blood to a wide range of people out of the kindness of their hearts. However, since it's a religious institution created by man in a FromSoft universe no less, I think it would be wise to question their motives as we go. As you may expect, this bliss did not last forever. At some point, beast-like creatures began to pop up throughout Yharnam. At first, it was an occasional incident, then a few, and then at some point it became a problem that simply could not be ignored. The church blamed all of the outsiders that were coming into Yharnam for this spreading beast epidemic. And the residents, of course, would believe anything the church told them, and it's hard to blame them. I'm not a very religious person myself, but if someone cured my terminal brain cancer with some magic blood, I'd be way more inclined to believe whatever they were saying. But this beast problem kept getting worse and worse, so the church decided to employ people called hunters. These hunters would protect the streets of Yharnam at night from these monsters after curfew for the normal residents. And because of the dire situation of the literal fucking monsters, the church also had another idea. If these Yharnam outsiders wanted to partake in our highly desirable blood ministration procedure, they should either have to pay a large amount of money or sign up to become a beast hunter and help us with our problem. And that's exactly where our hunter comes in. We are one of these outsiders that has agreed to be a beast hunter in exchange to take place in blood ministration. From the very opening, we hear from the man doing our procedure that we actually came here searching for pale blood. This is actually really interesting, and we will fully understand the implications of this further on in the video. So I'll make sure to circle back to this moment much later on. But for now, I just want you to know that we were seeking pale blood initially and may have just been using the blood administration process as a means of obtaining this pale blood that we are looking for. And this is where we finally make our mans. We get ready to pick the deprived class like always, but we see that it's been replaced with a waste of skin. You are nothing, talentless, you shouldn't have been born. Finally, some representation for me inside of video games. We finish creating our hunter Glebus and officially start the game. When we return, the blood administration procedure is just beginning. until literally out of nowhere, a blood werewolf appears.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome to Yharnam. This moment is actually meant to represent the transition from man into beast. And right before the beast grabs us, it bursts into flames, almost as if someone or something saved us at the last second. Immediately after, we start to be surrounded by my babies. And when we finally snap out of it, we're alone inside of the clinic, with no doctor or werewolf to be found anywhere. In the room, we find a note: seek pale blood to transcend the hunt. Another mention of pale blood, huh? Even though at this point we have no clue what the fuck that means, this really is our sole objective of the game. And going downstairs, we are met with a real werewolf this time. I try to sneak up on him, but almost impressively make every mistake possible. I didn't even get a single hit on him. I always try and show my cringe mistakes in these videos to show that you do not need to be great to enjoy these games. And it's a way for me to morally grandstand while justifying the occasional atrocious gameplay that you have to watch. But dying from that werewolf is actually totally normal, as when we wake up, we are somewhere completely different. This is the hunter's dream. At this point, we have no clue what this place is, but it's a completely safe and separate place from Yharnam. Shortly after regaining control, we come across an extremely detailed abandoned doll just lying around, along with our first choice of weapons. And the hardest battle inside of this game is not a boss, it's to resist choosing the saw cleaver every time you play the game. Normally in these games, I love picking a new build each run for a new experience, but in Bloodborne, I fall right down the saw cleaver to Rikuyo pipeline like 80% of the time. It's the weapon and all the promotional material for a reason. This thing is badass. And while its damage isn't top tier in the end game, as you'll see in the video, it's more than enough to do everything in the game. Each of the weapons in Bloodborne also come with some kind of trick form. For example, the threaded cane transforms from a cane into a whip, the hunter's axe into a great axe, and the saw cleaver into, well, a cleaver. They get a whole lot wackier later on too, like the fucking pizza cutter. I will, of course, be choosing the saw cleaver for the 100th time. Our next choice is much easier. Would we rather have a pistol or a blunderbuss as our firearm? The blunderbuss fires slower but covers a wider range, while the pistol fires quicker but is harder to hit the faster targets. And as you'll see throughout the video, I am a big offender of panic shooting because I like forcing parries in this game. So I'm going with the pistol. We also come across a bird bath filled with those cuties from earlier where we can buy some items. These creepy fellas are only referred to as inhabitants of the dream and revere and worship brave hunters like us. I know they freak a lot of people out, but they're quite literally our biggest fans. And once you realize that, they start to get a little bit cuter in your head. When we finish up at the hunter's dream, we use a gravestone to transport ourselves back to Yosefka's clinic where we first woke up. And the reason why I said dying to the werewolf is normal is because now the fight is a piece of cake with our new saw cleaver. You can see from his glowing eyes that he actually absorbed our souls, or sorry, blood echoes. A new feature where an enemy can pick them up and now you have to kill them in order to get your echoes back. Fuck you, kid. We also pick up some blood vials from the werewolf too. These are how we heal in the game, and I'll give more of my thoughts about them a little bit later. For now, let's finally leave this clinic. I can't wait either, hee hee. So, this is Central Yharnam. So fucking beautiful. And just look at the saw cleaver. Ah fuck, it's so cool! Anyways, we see that these Yharnamites are already equipped with effective weapons against beasts like pitchforks and torches. The first official hunter of the healing church named Ludwig is actually the reason for this. He was well regarded as a protector and a role model for the people of Yharnam. While the citizens obviously could never hope to match a hunter's strength, Ludwig wanted to train the people so that they could at least stand a chance. As we climb the ladder, we also hear the beautiful white noise of Yharnam. Lovely. We find our bonfire, lamp up top. We also see a window with a red lantern, which acts as a signal to the player that we can speak with the residents inside. And I want to introduce you to my best friend. Not an exaggeration either, there's somehow even less friendly people in Bloodborne than normal Souls games. Gilbert seems genuinely concerned and tells us that we should probably get out of here since the people aren't friendly to outsiders. Which makes sense because if you remember, the Healing Church told everyone that outsiders are responsible for this beast plague. Gilbert's chill as fuck though, a very rare quality in Yharnam. He also has a mean cough, which I hope isn't indicative of something awful in the near future. And before we go, we ask him about the pale blood.
Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yharnam lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood. Or so they say.
Another massive W for Gilbert for giving us directions on what to do. Hope you feel better, buddy. I'll check on you soon. And finally, we begin navigating central Yharnam to reach the Cathedral Ward, where hopefully we'll be able to find out more answers about what the fuck is going on. Up ahead, we come across some pebbles. You're probably thinking, oh, just another useless Souls item. Nope, try again. These pebbles are seriously one of the best items in the game. As you'll see very shortly, there are many crowds that you have to deal with in Bloodborne, and pebbles are how you can get the attention of each individual enemy to pick them off one by one. I never leave the house without my pebbles. Central Yharnam is probably one of my favorite starting areas, right up there with the Burg. It's home to probably the funniest enemy voice line in the series.
Away! Away!
I have been quoting that for like a decade now, and nobody ever knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Away! Away! Just flows off the tongue. They also do an incredible job of introducing the new mechanics of the game to you super quickly here. Because remember, when this came out, all of the fans were used to the slower pace of Dark Souls 1 and 2, so it definitely took some getting used to. Right away, some guy pops out, so you're signaled that they're going to try and scare the shit out of you sometimes in this game. Then you meet someone with a shield, and while normally you'd either parry or wait for an opening, you're able to overwhelm them with attacks in Bloodborne. A cool way to introduce you to the new aggressive playstyle. It's almost like From Software is good at making video games or something. And then right after is the town square with like 10 people, a dog, and some gunners to say, fuck you. You're going to have a lot of enemies that you'll have to deal with all at once somehow in this game. Anyways, after making our first shortcut of the game, we bump into an executioner, an enemy from an area further up ahead. And right here are two more unique things from this game that I have to point out. The first is shooting just before an enemy attack in order to parry them for a very strong follow-up attack. You might also notice that health I was missing from his attack got restored as I damaged him. This is yet another game mechanic that encourages the new aggressive playstyle of Bloodborne. So even if you're taking damage in this game, it may be worth going on the offensive depending on the situation or how big your balls are. As we continue clearing out the place, we talk to some more of the residents here.
You that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
Lads, you've come on. You'd open the door on a night of the hunt. Away with you. Now.
I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole! Birmingham is a fucking shithole! I hate the fucking place! I fucking hate it! It's full of dickheads! I fucking hate it!
I feel you, man. We also have some more enemies to meet. These are the crows, and I think Donkey captures my thoughts about them perfectly. And brick trolls. They are trolls who use a brick to attack you, go figure. These enemies are pretty great though. They consistently drop healing vials and are fantastic for parry practice since they have a lot of slow wind-up attacks. Up ahead we have a really close call because of the dogs, which, by the way, received a fucking promotion in this game. Dogs are a classic enemy in these games that seem to just get more and more cancerous as time goes on. And Bloodborne is when I feel like the dogs went from pretty annoying to really annoying. And then in Elden Ring they're just a nightmare. The gunners in this game are in the same boat too. They do insane damage from a distance, and while our pistol does like 3 damage, theirs will take out half of our health. The battles aren't over either, as we see 2 full health werewolves patrolling the bridge along with a shortcut back to our lamp. So we lob a pebble at the bitch. And here is a great example of the panic shooting that I was referring to. I was so desperate to get a parry on him that I let myself get clawed down for our first death of the run. Before we do our run back, I want to make a quick stop at Iosefka's clinic to speak with Iosefka herself.
Are you out on the hunt? Then I'm very sorry, but I cannot open this door. I am Iosefka. The patients here in my clinic must not be exposed to infection. I know that you hunt for us, for our town, but I'm sorry.
She appears to be a doctor who does take her job seriously and is genuinely concerned with the well-being of her patients. She also has a rare bit of dialogue where she says this.
Ah, you are safe. Thank goodness. But I'm afraid nothing will change my mind. I cannot open the door. I'll do what I can, of course. And once the night of the hunt ends, we can speak face to face. Then I can finally see what you look like. I shouldn't be thinking this. But I am rather looking forward to it. So please, be careful out there.
Ooh, she likes us.
Do you like her?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, after making it back to the werewolves, I decide the best course of action is to run past them like a coward and pick them off in the doorway because they're too fat to fit. Remember, viewer, our brains are what separate us from the beasts. Downstairs in the dark house, we notice an old man in a wheelchair and take him out without any hesitation. And I know what you're thinking.
Fuck all the paralysis guy in a fucking chair. He's got fucking paralysis.
But first of all, he was armed. And second of all, we are going to be doing way more deplorable shit than killing an old handicapped man in this game. We are hunters, after all. And before we get rid of these yee-ass clothes that we have on and start facing bosses for answers, let me take a quick second to talk about those blood vials. These things are one of the few controversial features of Bloodborne: limited healing. You are able to farm them infinitely, as most enemies in the game do have a chance to drop them, but if you're really stuck on a boss, it feels awful having to stop when you're fighting him and grind for more healing vials. It is nice being able to constantly replenish your healing as you go through the level though, so there's pros and cons to it. But let's finally grab our signature hunter fit. I am so tired of this shabby hood. Near where we outsmarted those stupid werewolves, there's tons of barrels practically begging to get smashed. After doing so, we are rewarded with a way into the Yharnam sewer system. Down here are Yharnamites who look a whole lot closer to beasthood than the ones above ground. It's not just their appearance though, as these large huntsmen have more health and hit even harder. And oh look, the rats are back too, even larger and more disgusting than usual. And finally we reach our fit, but it's guarded by another one of those huntsmen. Get parried, kid. Finally, we are beautiful. I will mix up my fit occasionally, but it's really hard to justify straying too far from the normal hunter look. With our new fit, we are finally ready to start making our way to the bosses of Central Yharnam. On our way out of the sewers, however, we meet enemies only known as rotted corpses. Appropriate name for sure. While these are just normal enemies, I do want to point out that they have a chance of dropping bold hunter's marks, this game's equivalent of a homeward bone. This implies that at least some of these disgusting things were most likely hunters at some point. We also have a word with another citizen of Yharnam, and not just any resident, but a little girl in this hellhole. She recognizes us as a hunter due to us reeking of blood at this point, because her father is also a hunter who's on the clock right now. The girl's mother went to go find him, leaving their daughter alone at a time like this. And since we are evil but not monsters, of course we agree to help her.
Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
So their father has some sort of memory issue and this tiny music box helps him remember them. Strange. Reading the description of it tells us that our parents' names are Gascoigne and Viola. And we have one last person to pay our respects to. A fellow hunter, actually. Eileen the Crow, a badass old woman.
Oh. A hunter, are you? And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights.
Another of our few friends too, even if she's a bit standoffish compared to Gilbert the God. She told us that there are no humans left and that we need to prepare for the worst. She also gives us a cool emote too, no battle pass required. Nice. And while looting the whole area, we managed to pick up some Madman's Knowledge. If you noticed, I haven't leveled up a single time yet, and this is because the requirement is to have at least one insight. You can either find a Madman's Knowledge like I did, or you could have met one of the bosses here. You don't need to kill them either, you gain insight just for meeting one of the bosses. So, with our insight, we return to the dream and see that the doll is now standing there like a normal person.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll.
here in this dream to look after you.
Thanks, Insight. She tells us that she is here to assist us by channeling these blood echoes that we're picking up into strength, aka our equivalent of a firekeeper. And let me just say, I fucking love this doll. Holy shit. She is really just wholeheartedly on our side, and while she seems emotionless at this point, there's a whole lot of history to uncover with her as we progress. She'll also respond to your emotes with awkward reactions. It's great. When we speak to her some more, she tells us about those inhabitants of the dream that I told you about earlier, and more importantly, about another man in the hunter's dream named Gehrman.
Did you speak with Gehrman? He was a hunter long, long ago, but now serves only to advise them. He is obscure, unseen in the dreaming world. Still, he stays here, in this dream. Such is his purpose.
Interesting. We head inside the house to meet the man himself.
Aha! You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home for now.
So this is Gehrman. He goes on to talk about how this workshop was a place where hunters use blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. And all in all, he's rather welcoming.
Don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it. You're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the dog, should it please you.
Hey, that's my daughter you're talking about! But anyways, while Ludwig was the first official hunter of the Healing Church, Gehrman was the true first hunter. And not only that, his attire and fighting style are what inspired all future hunters. The idea of wearing very light armor is due to the unbelievable brute strength of the beasts. They could crush any armor, so he decided to favor agility for outmaneuvering the beasts instead. Really smart, and coincidentally, it also makes them look cool as shit. So this is quite literally the OG. However, he doesn't participate in the hunts anymore, he only advises hunters like us. And now that we've met the residents of the Hunter's Dream, I want to point out how bizarre this place really is. At first, you may assume it's some sort of dream world inside of your head, but the first hunter of all people lives in this small place, along with the strange doll. And if this is some kind of base for hunters, where the hell are the others? Like, why isn't Eileen in here? Of course, we will be getting these answers later, I just want to point out how mysterious this place is at this point in the game. And before we jump back into Yharnam, I want to briefly talk about my build for this run. Bloodborne is definitely a little less build reliant than normal Souls games. With some exceptions, the stat requirements for weapons are a lot lower in Bloodborne, which is nice because unfortunately there is no respecking in this game. With 25 strength and 25 skill, you can use almost every weapon in the game, which is what I like even if it's not the most efficient. Most of your damage comes from upgrading your weapon and blood gems anyways. Armor also has no weight to it, and most of them are around the same defensive numbers, so you can really wear whatever you want without having to worry about having the defense of a chipmunk. And okay, I feel like that's enough yapping for now, so let's go deal with that fucking screamer. Yeah, get it out of your system, buddy. The first boss is actually entirely optional. However, as I said, I'm killing every boss in this video, and it would just feel gross running by the cleric beast. And most importantly, killing him will shut him up. So back on the bridge with the werewolves, we approach our first boss of the game. So yes, this is the famous cleric beast. As you'll see, I start the fight by yamming a Molotov right in his gross face, as unsurprisingly, beasts are very weak to fire. And serrated weapons, making our saw cleaver great for fights like this. And some of the bosses in Bloodborne make my job of explaining lore surprisingly easy, because some of them are quite literally just beasts. The cleric beast is one of these, who has no known identity, but the nature of his transformation is definitely worth talking about. From the Sword Hunter badge, we can see that in a twisted sense of irony, the clerics of the Healing Church turned into the most hideous beasts. It also confirms that Ludwig was a cleric as well. Makes you wonder if something like this happened to Ludwig too. And this guy's pretty much what you'd expect from a first fight. He's not too hard, but he will definitely kill you if you're not careful. I finished him off with some Molotovs. Now that the random screeching is gone, I kinda miss it. Anyways, when we return to the dream to level up, we notice the doll isn't where she was before. Sometimes she is seen kneeling by a gravestone near the house. As you might expect, this isn't random, and that gravestone will become important later on. And since we did such a good job looting Central Yharnam, we're going straight to the next boss. Not before the mandatory Soul's Ball of Death run, though. Come on, light it! What the fuck? Thank you! Yeah. And right here is another example of a brand new mechanic. Parrying isn't your only option to get an enemy in that vulnerable state. You can also use a charged R2 attack on their back to knock them over, also known as a visceral attack. So definitely worth sneaking up on some of the tougher enemies that you have to deal with. And once again, we make our way into another boss arena.
Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Father Gascoigne. And yes, this is the same Gascoigne from the music box description. So yup, we have to kill her dad, sorry. The father title, however, is referring to the fact that he was a cleric from a foreign land, as the Healing Church doesn't use that title in its ranks. Why he joined the Healing Church, who's to say? Someone in his family may have needed to partake in blood ministration. Or, since he was a cleric, it's not a stretch to think that he was inspired by Ludwig's holy knights, who are widely known for their heroics and chivalry. When we meet him, however, he is clearly not in his right mind, telling us that we will turn into a beast eventually, so he just wants to save time and kill us now for the sake of efficiency. And throughout the fight, it's clear from his ramblings that his bloodlust is getting worse and worse, until we see the beast transformation for ourselves firsthand. And remembering that his daughter told us that the music box would make him remember them, we give it a try, and we can visibly see him fighting with himself for control, making it clear that there is a part of him left in there, but only briefly, as he gives back into his instincts again shortly after. All that's left for us to do is to free him from this thing that he has become. And if you listen to him closely, he says something when he dies. And as we get ready to leave the area, we find the corpse of a woman nearby holding a red jeweled brooch.
My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it.
Fuck. So, the way I see it, one of two things happened here. The first, which I believe, is that Viola finally found Gascoigne after she was looking for him. But at that point, he was already having trouble remembering his family. So when she found him in the middle of a hunt, he was already drunk off of all the blood and could not recognize her. So, without realizing what he was doing, he slaughtered the love of his life. And then we show up and witness him complete his beast transformation. And his last words begging for forgiveness aren't for us, but his wife. The second option is that Viola was killed by the beasts in the graveyard. And the beasts that he was cutting into as soon as we entered were the ones that killed her, causing him to totally snap. Like I said, the first one fits a lot better to me, but some things in these games are open to interpretation and not spelled out for us. So, you decide. Whichever one you believe, one thing is for sure. Viola is fucking trash! Leaving your children alone on the night of a hunt? And you didn't even bring the music box? Did someone microwave your brain? Can you do anything right? What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyways, before we get out of here, there is one more piece of trivia that I really want to talk about. In the alpha version of Bloodborne, when Gascoigne would kill the player, he would say, "Sick creature, may you rest in peace, Umbasa." And the word Umbasa is actually a term used by clerics in Demon Souls. It's kinda like the term Amen in Christianity. And while this was removed, so it's not canon, that's some real crazy shit. With the item descriptions vaguely referring to him being from a distant land, I think he was definitely hinted at being from Boletaria. essentially making Bloodborne share a universe with Demon Souls, which makes sense considering those are the two FromSoft IPs that Sony has their grubby hands on. Anyways, continuing past the graveyard, we start making our way towards the Cathedral Ward. And we are going to be doing some really heinous things in this room later. And we finally reach our next area. This cutscene actually signals our first change in the moon cycle, transitioning from evening to sunset. And before we get into that, let's talk about the guy in here. Don't you even think about shit-talking my guy, Owedon Chapel Dweller.
Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk.
He's a little weird, sure, but he's got a good heart, I can tell. As you might have guessed from his name, this is Owedon Chapel, and it's one of two places that we can send people who are looking for safety. And the name Owedon will become very important further ahead, so keep that in the back of your head. And like I was saying in regards to the moon, there are several triggers in this game that advance the night. A lot of people don't normally think about this, but think about how long it takes you to complete your journey in these games. For example, how long did it take the Tarnished to become Elden Lord? A month? A year? A decade? There's no way to ever know. However, one of the coolest parts of Bloodborne is that the entire game takes place over the course of one long night. Really cool. And while our first time change doesn't do much since we only just began, the upcoming ones will drastically change the state of things in the world. Back in the Hunter's Dream, Gehrman clues us in on our next objective.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has. A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the gods. One of the holy chalices is worshipped in the Valley Hamlet. Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the Scourge. Home now only to beasts. The perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say?
He tells us how there are holy chalices that will reveal the tomb of the gods to us. I'm sorry, what? Don't worry, we'll get there. And we can find one of these chalices in the Valley Hamlet, also known as Old Yharnam, which is now supposedly completely overrun with beasts. But before we do that, we have some NPC quests to advance, like telling the little girl that her parents are dead. So, first things first, obviously, we are going to check back in on Gilbert.
You needn't concern yourself with me. I'm afraid I'm of little help now. But before I did this, I made no use of it, but perhaps you. What afflicted me was incurable. But this town gave me hope. Their strange blood bought me time. I was most fortunate, unharmed by the plague of beasts. I can even die human.
Gilbert, no! I'll find you a cure, I promise. He also gives us a flame sprayer. And if you're crazy enough to do an arcane build, this is your bread and butter early on, since it's one of the few early game weapons that scales with arcane. Thanks for the gift, bro. And try a spoonful of honey, it'll help your throat. Now let's go check back in with our admirer, Yosefka.
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any survivors, tell them to seek Yosefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted?
Now she's asking us to send survivors here for safety, so a lot like our darling Owedon Chapel dweller. But wait, didn't she tell us earlier that she didn't want to risk letting outsiders in that would infect her patients? She seemed like she really was not willing to budge on that issue. And she also sounds a little more stern and lifeless, I guess? What she's saying sounds great on paper, but it just feels a little bit off. In any case, I have already decided that Owedon Chapel Dweller can be trusted with mine and everyone else's life, so we will be sending survivors there instead. And next up is the part that we have been dreading. There are different ways for the little girl's story to play out, and you need to kind of make up your own call on how to handle this. Personally, I don't think mincing words or shielding her from the pain would be beneficial for a child stuck in a horrible world like this. And if she thinks her parents are alive, she might go out looking for them. So I decided to give her the brooch and tell her the truth about what had happened.
Mr. Hunter, was it really her? Mummy, Mummy, leave me alone.
And she's unsurprisingly devastated and will only cry whenever we try to speak to her again. It's a cruel world out there, and all we can do is hope that she can somehow survive the night. Continuing on, we find another resident looking for a safe place to go.
I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear?
She kinda sounds like an old bitch, but I'd be in a shitty mood too if I lived here, so we help her out. And as we're finishing up what we have to do here, we find the den of a giant man-eater boar in the sewers. And in here we find a little ribbon covered in blood. The same kind of ribbon that a little girl would wear. Ah, shit! I hope that she wouldn't leave the safety of her home, but clearly it was a bad call on my part. While we can't go back in time and correct our mistakes, as a hunter there's only one thing left for us to do.
I want to hear it, pig. So,
Fucking pig. On the bright side, the old woman made it to Owedon Chapel safely at least.
Oh no, I haven't forgotten. Do you think I owe you something? Well, that's a fine lark, I'd say. This whole mess that Yharnam's in, it's all your fault. You put it to the outsiders.
But anyways, welcome to the Cathedral Ward. And if you look in the distance, you can see that grand cathedral that Yharnam National Treasure Gilbert told us about. So that's our goal, except one thing.
Nah, I don't really feel like it.
Bloodborne is much more linear than previous Souls games, but there are still a lot of optional things that we can do in whichever order that we want. Plus, Gearman was telling us about some holy chalice in the valley that's been closed off because of the Scourge. So that's where we're going first. But before leaving, we meet another new enemy. They are tall, pale, and extremely easy to parry. And if we had 15 insight, they'd also have more moves at their disposal. Knowledge can be a dangerous thing sometimes. Their origin is pretty interesting too, but for more answers about that, we need to first get our hands on that holy chalice in Old Yharnam. 2 quick stops first though. First, I want to pick up some more clothes for the collection. What the fuck was that? A black hole? We look around, but can't see anything out of the ordinary. 9 insight is not nearly enough to explain that insanity, so for now, we continue on. After opening the way down to Old Yharnam, which had been sealed, we come across someone praying for our second stop. And this is actually another friendly hunter, except he works under the Healing Church.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh, beg pardon. You may call me Alfred, protege of Master Ligarius, hunter of vile bloods. So, what say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters, the both of us. Why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned?
Oh my god, a normal person who isn't insane. What are the chances? Alfred here actually offers to give us some crucial information about 2 of the most important factions in the game, the Healing Church and Byrgenwerth. He doesn't know much about the inner workings of the church, so he more or less tells us what God King Gilbert already told us, and that we should seek the Grand Cathedral for more answers. And since we haven't mentioned Byrgenwerth yet, I think I'll leave this one to Alfred.
Byrgenwerth is an old place of learning, and the Tomb of the Gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium deep within the tomb. This led to the founding of the Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Byrgenwerth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
So wow, that's a lot of info to take in at once. So let's break it down on my way to Old Yharnam. Thanks for actually giving us answers, by the way, buddy. So Byrgenwerth was home to the most brilliant minds inside of Yharnam, and is a college located deep inside of a forest. This Tomb of the Gods that Gehrman mentioned earlier is deep below Yharnam. And it was in this place that a group of Byrgenwerth scholars discovered the source of the Healing Church's blood healing, with him even saying that everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. So the Healing Church seems to owe its entire purpose to the school. If there were ever a place to find answers, it would definitely be Byrgenwerth. However, strangely enough, Alfred also mentioned that the Healing Church has since labeled it as forbidden ground. So either it's too dangerous, or they are desperate to hide the truth of this blood healing from getting out. Definitely a place that we want to investigate, but for now, the way is closed off to us because we don't have the password. And finally, that's enough edging, so let's move on to Old Yharnam. We see a note saying that the town is abandoned and hunters aren't wanted here. Good thing I don't take orders from a fucking piece of paper. When we entered, we're immediately greeted by a voice.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yharnam, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt.
Anyways, that was Jura, and he is also the source of that iconic line that I used in the intro for this video about beasts being people. But he urges us to turn around or else we will face the hunt. And this area has a lot of history to it. It's somehow even more of a shithole than Central Yharnam. The only people still here are hunters, as, like Gehrman and Alfred told us, everyone else here has already turned into beasts. You can see that the beasts here look different than the ones that we're used to, and scared of torches. The reason that they look different isn't a coincidence either. Now, while the Healing Church got more selective in their process as more problems began to emerge, the blood healing procedure was much more common early on, especially for the residents of Old Yharnam here. The citizens became addicted to it, becoming drunk off of the blood. I mean, they even made fucking cocktails out of it. So needless to say, people weren't exactly using this blood responsibly. But to be fair, they had no idea about any potential risks associated with it because the church said nothing. So when a blood sickness known as ashen blood began to spread, they were practically doomed from the start. Ashen blood was a sickness that ran rampant throughout Old Yharnam. You can see its poisonous effects in the enemies here, as all of them do poison damage. Their names also further confirm this, as the beasts here are literally called beast patients. And while that's already bad enough, this specific illness also spreads the beastly Scourge as seen in the antidote item description. At first, this ashen blood illness was treated with antidotes for short-term relief, but the problem became so serious that the Healing Church decided the best course of action was to cut their devout followers of Old Yharnam off from the rest of the city and burn the place to the ground. So makes sense why some of the beasts here are a little freaked out by fire. Oh, and yeah, by the way, Jura does have a fucking Gatling gun if you didn't notice. Also, members of a hunter's workshop called the Powder Kegs are seen hanging around here, like our friend Jura. You see, hunters aren't united under one specific group, as there are several different workshops with their own goals and ideals out there. The Powder Keg workshop was considered heretical by the Healing Church, as they seem to almost make a sport out of the hunt. You can see from their hunter badge that if a weapon ain't got kick, it ain't worth it. I like these guys. The powder kegs were tasked with burning and wiping out all of the sick beasts inside of Old Yharnam. However, the poison and the fact that they were more contagious than average beasts made them even more dangerous than they had anticipated. So practically every one of these powder kegs were either wiped out or turned into beasts themselves, except Jorah and a buddy of his who confined themselves to this place. At some point, Jorah and the surviving members began to grasp the weight of what had happened here. This place was filled with those who were sick from the blood that the healing church distributed, only for the church to give up on them completely. Deciding that for the good of Yharnam and also their reputation, surely, the only solution in their eyes was cutting the place off and wiping them all out. And while they didn't have a cure for the disease or anything, just imagine the cruelty of it. It's like completely abandoning a hospital filled with patients that you put in there. Even for a rough around the edges powder keg like Jorah, it was too much to bear. So he and the surviving members of the workshop renounced their vows as hunters and found a new duty in protecting the remaining beasts here, as they don't pose a threat to the rest of Yharnam. So needless to say, us killing the beasts up to this point already put us on Jorah's shit list. And he is not an easy fight, let me tell you. However, there is a trick that you can do to cheese the fight. As soon as you get to the top of the ladder, you can shoot him a few times to knock him off the edge, no problem. Fuck my life. Well, that's not a very fun run back. So how about we open up a shortcut before we take him on again, since his Gatling gun won't harass us in the area up ahead. This large building is filled with beasts, most of them being female. They are the ones with the cloth over their heads, which was likely supposed to slow the spreading of the ashen blood, I would imagine. The big females can also scream, sending all nearby enemies into sicko mode. It can definitely get a little intense in here, so not letting yourself get cornered is the key. And after finally clearing the place out, we notice a gigantic beast strung up by its arms. We also grab an item called ritual blood directly underneath it, implying that this beast was completely skinned and drained of its blood as part of some ritual. Kind of freaky shit happened in Old Yharnam. Further up ahead, we finally reach the lowest level of this place to be met with more werewolves. Like I said in the beginning of the video, Bloodborne wants to startle the shit out of you sometimes. There's also a gigantic door that's closed to us that we will open up from the other side in a later area. And we are finally ready to face the boss of this place. Except I hate leaving unfinished business. Alright, Jorah, let's do it the proper way. I'm going to speed up the fight a bit so you can get an idea of how intense the hunter fights are in this game. And as you can see, I wasn't lying. He is super fucking dangerous. We do like no damage at all, and we are fighting on a small square roof. But this is a weakness for both of us, so hopefully we can knock him off at some point. It's going great, but at some point the asshole blood vials half of his health back, and morale was at an all-time low at this point. He also fucking parries us and leaves us with 1 health. After all that, that's how I go out?
Have dreams. Well, the next time you dream, give some thought.
Yeah, why don't you give some thought to my balls in your mouth? Seems like some kind of karmic justice that I died from my enemy panic shooting. Will you stop fucking shooting me? Oh, I can do it, I can do it! My Gatling gun now. And don't worry about losing his drops, as the old soul's trick of leaving and coming back will refresh the area with his drop right there. This item unlocks some powder keg weapons, along with his clothes and another shop in the dream that uses insight as currency. Speaking of dreams, if you were to take the back way into Old Yharnam, you can actually befriend Jorah. He also has this to say.
Well, well. How did you get in here? It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yharnam? I've no interest in matters further up, but you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me? Yes, very good. I no longer dream,
But I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see.
The fact that he claims that he used to be able to dream is really interesting, especially when you remember the bit about him renouncing his hunter vows. So perhaps he used to be a visitor of the hunter's dream as we are, until he gave up on his purpose for being a hunter. And I'll be sure to mention the back way into here as we get there, because I would have to talk about areas and bosses that we haven't even seen yet. And our job isn't over, as there is another hunter for us to deal with close by. Cheap shot. This is another one of the surviving Powder Keg members who protect Old Yharnam from people like us, actually. While not as hard as Jura, he is definitely still a challenging fight. The larger arena and lack of constant blunderbuss shots at my face really make a huge difference. What did he call for backup? After another lengthy battle, we are now officially the alpha hunter in Old Yharnam, since we killed all the others protecting the residents. Wait, are we the bad guy? In the place that we fought Jura's bro, there's a hidden drop into a new area where I'll be grabbing my favorite hunter fit.
Yes!
This is the Charred Hunter set, which, as we can see from the item description, was worn by the Powder Kegs and got charred during the whole burn Old Yharnam thing. It also looks cool as fuck with the cape, I'm a big fan. Anyways, after leveling up and teaching the doll some more emotes, we are ready to finish up Old Yharnam. Right before the boss, we can actually summon Alfred. I work alone, but I appreciate the offer, buddy. When we enter the church, we notice a beast staring very intensely at an altar. Hopefully, it's that chalice that Gehrman told us about that would allow us to enter the Tomb of the Gods. As we approach, however, in an incredible twist that none of you saw coming, the beast wants to kill us. So, I will be killing it with fire. This is the blood-starved beast, and you may recognize it as we just saw another of its kind all strung up. This thing is more poisonous than anything we battled up to this point, so bring your antidotes for sure. More interestingly, this is the only beast that we've seen that does not spew blood whenever we cut it. Since it was drained of all of its blood, the only thing that comes out of the beast when cut is pure poison. And when I first played this game, this thing was definitely my biggest challenge. Also, this really was the boss that made me fully embrace the faster playstyle because of how quick and insane he is. Now he's like yesterday's trash to me though. These games really make you feel how far you've come despite me still sucking wildly sometimes. Back to the boss though. We already know that this beast isn't unique, but the location of this one and it staring intently at the altar gives us some clues to work with. Its name obviously suggests that it is starving for blood, which is unsurprising considering that Old Yharnam had been completely sealed off, so they were totally cut off from the blood supply. It's also been made clear to us at this point that the people of Old Yharnam were pretty religious. So with this in mind, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think this was likely the religious leader of the district. You would think an official would have access to more blood, so maybe his higher tolerance led to this disgusting transformation that's much more dangerous than any of the other beasts here sick with ashen blood. Like I said, that's just me speculating, as there is not a definitive answer to this one's identity, nor is it that important. But I don't like just assuming things are ever random in these games. It's safe to say though that as dangerous and gross as it is, this is really just another victim of ashen blood and the healing church abandoning them. After we slaughter our prey, we obtain the Pthumeru Chalice. Just what we were looking for. Killing the blood-starved beast was also another trigger for something in the world. Time has not advanced, but it did spawn a very special enemy that we will meet shortly. Before we move on, there is something that we need to do. So, back in Dark Souls 1, you had to buy an emblem for 20,000 souls to open up a door with a key item inside in the second half of the game. And Miyazaki loved this idea so much that he did it in Bloodborne, except you need to cough up 10,000 echoes way earlier in the game. Why does he do it? We may never know. But we buy the Hunter Chief emblem, which allows us to explore the larger section of the Cathedral Ward. We can see from the item description that this was used by the captain of the church hunters to signal the end of the hunt. So we get a better idea of why Ludwig was so admired by the people of Yharnam. They'd always see him opening up the gate after the night of a hunt, which signaled to them that they were safe thanks to him and his hunters. And now the messengers pawn it to us for 10 grand. Thanks guys. Thought you were my biggest fans. Whatever. Let's just head to the— Holy shit! Look at the size of that big guy! These are chapel giants, and unsurprisingly also work for the healing church. The church sure does employ some weird people people, that's for sure. After dealing with him, we move on and claim the monocular. This thing is a piece of shit. When you use it, your body takes up the side of the screen and there's a fucking Call of Duty crosshair in the middle. I don't get it. They just had perfect binoculars in Dark Souls 2. What happened? So, if you want to get beautiful screenshots of the game, you're going to want to use the monocular, turn off your HUD, and sit down. Really, really obnoxious, honestly. So, not to break the immersion, but anytime you see a pretty shot in this video, I'm sitting on my ass with the monocular out and the HUD off. Alright, I'm done bitching. Check out me getting my shit rocked by a chapel giant with a ball and chain. Bruh. After our revenge, we find a room filled with jars. And I just can't resist, I have to do it. Also, the most interesting door in the whole game. So this door says closed, and there is no way to open it normally. But if you were to go out of bounds, it clearly connects to a door in the Cleric Beast's arena. So this was originally going to be a shortcut, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to include it in the final game. Just kind of some random trivia, because many years ago, I remember finding a way to open this door was a big mystery in the community. But at the gate, we flashed the emblem to finally gain entry to the Cathedral Ward. The residents in the area aren't as rude as the people in central Yharnam also.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
We've the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. The deepest, widest gratitude. Yes. Yes.
They almost seem like they feel pressured into saying these things, except this guy who's fucking hilarious.
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from my castle.
Whoa, just take it easy, man.
And one last resident. At first she thinks that we are one of her clients, if you catch my drift, and she tells us to come back in the morning. But on the second knock she notices that we are a hunter, so another friend for our homie Owidon Chapel dweller. Maybe they'll hit it off, who knows? And while we are exploring a lower section of the ward, we hear something terrifying from up above. Those are brain suckers. Unfortunately, we will meet them in a couple minutes. Up ahead is a message cluing us on where we can find that password Alfred told us about to enter Byrgenwerth. And wouldn't you know it, that is also located in the Grand Cathedral, the same place that we're already on our way to. Hell yeah. We open the gate for another shortcut and then take out those big goobers on patrol. And here is that brain sucker we saw earlier. As their name would lead you to believe, they suck on your brain if they grab you. Whenever they do this, they will also steal some of your insight, so not a good time. Thankfully, mine was pretty chill for some reason, but this won't be the last time we bump into one of those things, sadly. Further on this path, we are stopped by the gatekeeper for a password.
The password.
We, of course, don't have it yet, but we now know that it is in the Grand Cathedral waiting for us. But what happens there will change the time of day, and there are still a lot of things that I want to do before the sun goes down. Like, for example, I don't know, using a holy chalice to reach the Tomb of the Gods? We can see that we need ritual blood in order to use the chalice, the same blood that we picked up underneath the dead blood-starved beast back in Old Yharnam. And since we picked this thing up in a place called Church of the Good Chalice, it's safe to say that this was worshipped by the people of Old Yharnam. After completing the ritual, we interact with the chalice to be sent into the underground labyrinth. This is a chalice dungeon, and these are entirely 100% optional. However, this is home to a ton of lore and the hardest fights to be found in the entire game. It's also yet another controversial feature of the game. When I asked you guys what you thought, the poll more or less turned out how I thought it would, honestly. And I fall somewhere in between good idea, bad execution, and they're great, I guess. While they are optional, probably a third or more of my total play time is spent down here. The main idea of it is that you need to navigate through an area with multiple pathways to reach a lever that opens up a boss door, and then you fight the boss, and then the process repeats. And I saw in the comments that some of you approach them the exact same way that I do, slowly chipping away at them while going through the main game. If you do them all at once, you might actually go insane. The bosses down here are awesome, with a lot of unique fights that aren't anywhere else inside of the game. But the process of running to the lever gets really draining, as sometimes I run around like an idiot for like 10 to 15 minutes just looking for it. So unless there is something worth talking about, I'm just going to focus on the bosses and the lore down here. And throughout the rest of the video, we will make progress in these chalice dungeons every now and then, whenever I feel like taking a break from the main path. There's a lot more to talk about mechanically with these dungeons, but I'd rather talk about where this place fits in with the rest of the world. This underground labyrinth was actually carved out long ago by a race of people that were lost to history known as the Pthumerians. The chalice clearly being named after them. And while we have a lot more to learn about them, their role in everything happening in Yharnam right now cannot be understated. What we do know for now is that the scholars of Byrgenwerth found the source of the healing church's blood ministration down here. Finally reaching the boss of the lair, we are faced with an undead giant. And look at that, we're already getting answers. These are the same giants that act as the chapel giants back in the Cathedral Ward. So the healing church somehow controls these giants to act as their enforcers in Yharnam. And not just them either. Remember the church servants I was being cheeky about earlier? These are actually Pthumerians that, like the giants, were brought up from the Tomb of the Gods to be used by the church too. And you might have noticed the undead giant can output some crazy damage. And this is another issue I kind of have with chalice dungeons, the balancing. Sometimes bosses will either be way too hard or way too easy depending on when you decide to fight it. But in these games, there is nothing worse to me than a forgetful boss fight, so I'd rather it be harder than super easy. It got a little close with the healing vials, but I did manage to pull it off. Everything became clear as soon as I remembered that I'm doing all of this for Gilbert. And that's enough down here for now. Next up on the agenda is visiting the graveyard that we took out Gascoigne in. As we are passing through, my hunter senses go off, and I turn around to see someone ready to throw hands. This seemingly random hunter is Henrik, and he was Gascoigne's partner on hunts. And oh, hey Eileen. And we can see from his cap that the two of them were a fierce duo, and he had a tragically long life, interestingly enough. If you were to tell Gascoigne's daughter about Owydon Chapel, she mentions that she loves her mother, father, and grandfather, who we never meet. So this could definitely be referring to Henrik. And I don't believe that the tragically long life is literal, like he doesn't age or something like that. I think it's simply referring to the fact that he lived a long life in this piece of shit city, and he's had to watch so many of his loved ones die. Some of which by our hands, actually. Oops. But he's lost the plot, so we add him to our list with Eileen's help. She actually warns us at the Cathedral Ward that we should avoid this area because Henrik has gone mad, but I ended up at the graveyard before I even had a chance to speak with her. After killing Henrik, she has some words for us.
That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks. We made it with our lives. You're not bad at all. You must have killed Gascoigne as well then. He was falling apart, I'm sure it had to be done. But try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
So, Eileen's purpose is to hunt the hunters, specifically ones who have gone mad, just like our dearly departed Henrik. So her goal is essentially to put down someone like Gascoigne before he could kill innocents or transform. A noble cause, but she encourages us to stick to beasts, as it's a difficult line of work, physically and emotionally. Back at Owydon Chapel, we also meet the woman we talked to outside her door back at the Cathedral Ward.
Oh, hello, dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place. Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take a whore's blood?
Hell yeah, I will. This is Ariana, and she is actually the most interesting NPC in the game. However, for now, you'll just have to take my word for it, because what she's meant to represent won't be clear to us until towards the end of the game.
Oh, kind hunter. Thank you. So, that lady, you told her about this place? Well, she actually talks to me. Well, only now and then, and she don't mince words. But she's a kind one, I can tell. a good woman.
Yeah, Ariana passes the vibe check. And okay, it's time to do something a little bit out of our league. Remember how I said that defeating the blood-starved beast also spawned a special enemy in the world? Well, let's go pay him a visit. He's very hidden behind the Cathedral Ward, and let me tell you, he is built different. This guy can fuck us up in like 1 to 2 hits, but our objective is actually to have him kill us. But first, I want to see if I could get him to 1 HP for my own personal satisfaction. Nope. Oh, fuck off, Crow. So that Snatcher bagged us and dumped us in a prison located here in Yahar'Gul. And if the music didn't already clue you in, the atmosphere in this place is distinctly different from the rest of Yharnam. But we definitely aren't the first person that those Snatchers have brought here. The question is why? We find a note nearby. Madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets. Oh yeah, some freaky shit was definitely going on in Yahar'Gul, the unseen village, too. Nearby, we hear something.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream.
Down here is a nun of the healing church named Adela, understandably terrified out of her mind. She is in black church robes, which signals that she is only an apprentice, while white robes signify the best that the church has to offer. At first she tells us to leave her be, but if we cosplay as a member of the church, she's much more willing to speak with us. You already know who we're sending her to. So this early visit to Yahar'Gul is optional, and it includes a boss, who will more than likely smash my face in a few times. Our second visit here that's mandatory is when a lot of the secrets of what had happened here will become clearer. And I know that I keep on edging you, but the first half of this game really is all about asking questions. And then the second half is not being able to handle the answers. For now, there's a few things that I want to point out to get your brains working a little bit in the meantime. First off are those bag bitches. How weird is it that one was so hidden from plain sight back in the Cathedral Ward? And from the intro, we can see that he ended up stuffing us in that musty ass bag of his to drop us off in a jail cell here. There was also a nun from the healing church scared out of her mind that was snatched too. So clearly they are under some kind of orders to bring us here. It's also the least populated area we've seen so far, making it feel like a really eerie place compared to everywhere else. It honestly does a great job of making you feel like you weren't ever supposed to find this place, especially with how strange the way to get here was. In the main building, there's also a giant statue of some sort of strange creature? Being? I don't know, what would you categorize that thing as at first glance? We've already seen the people of Old Yharnam doing some ritualistic stuff, but this feels a lot different. As I said earlier, we will be coming back here, so there isn't a whole lot of things to do here yet. There are a couple of cool things that we can pick up, including one of my favorite secondary weapons, the Tinnitrus. This bad boy doesn't have a trick form like other weapons, but it can be charged with electricity. Really nice to have against bosses that are weak to bolt damage. The item description talks about how it was created by an inventor for the church workshop named Archibald in an attempt to mimic the electricity from something called a dark beast, and that his inventions didn't seem to be very popular with other hunters of his time. I appreciate it though. We can find out more about this Archibald character from looking at Bolt Paper, the item that buffs our weapon with electricity. And oh, I guess the other hunters like this one. Good job, Archibald. And that the electricity was supposed to mimic the blue sparks that are supposed to surround dark beasts. Another mention of dark beasts, and from these item descriptions we can surmise that they are definitely electric type Pokemon. And this Archibald dude was seriously obsessed with them. You can also pick up the Yahar'Gul armor set in the area, which has a pretty high physical defense. And And the item description finally gives us a better idea of what had happened here. The hunters of Yahar'Gul served under an organization known as the School of Mensis, and we can also see that the hunters were also in charge of kidnapping people to Yahar'Gul. But why? And where does the School of Mensis fit in with the healing church in Byrgenwerth? That's all the information we can gather here for now, so let's go meet the boss. As we enter the arena, it looks like it's already dead. Oh, never mind. And oh look, it's a dark beast! Who could have seen such a thing coming after literally just learning about it? This is Parl, and he's kind of a dick at this point in the game, at least for someone of my skill level. He is also obnoxiously agile, so it can be really tough to hit him. And as expected, he wipes the floor with me a few times. The first time his aura was just too much for me to handle. The second time he hit me with a move that was so smooth, I was actually impressed. Damn, that was smooth as fuck, actually. Third run goes a lot better. So this is the run I'm going to use to talk about this abomination. When we, spoiler, kill the thing, he will drop us a Spark Hunter badge. Looking at it reveals more about that goofball Archibald. And we also get confirmation that he dedicated his life to recreating the blue sparks created by Dark Beasts, comparing his inquiry about the beasts to those at Byrgenwerth, who, remember, are the best scholars out there. To each his own, I guess. But as we can see, this genre of beasts produces its own potent electricity. They're also undead by nature if you can manage to get a good look at that freaky skeleton face of his. Or hers. I actually don't know if Parl is a boy or a girl name. And like the other beasts roaming around Yharnam, Parl wasn't born this way either. Knowing this Archibald's obsession with dark beasts, Parl was likely some sort of test subject for the crazy scientist. Because think about the beast bosses that we've seen thus far. The cleric beast, the blood-starved beast. Neither of those had a name, but Parl here does. But sadly, the story of Parl has been lost to time, so all we can do is theorize. As for the fight itself, you may have noticed I'm mostly doing dookie dogshit damage. When Parl is all charged up and pissy, he's extra agile and dangerous to deal with. But if you do enough damage to his legs, you can knock his ass over and get a finisher, or a bunch of other hits on him. So he's hard, but definitely not impossible. And this method ends up paying off, because while the first half of the fight felt like it was taking ages, the second half blows right by because I was able to chain some leg breaks. Also worth mentioning that for large agile bosses, I'd recommend not always locking onto them. It can really confuse the hell out of both you and the camera. But add another prey slaughtered to our list. Rest in peace, Parl. You may or may not have deserved it. I don't know. I'm just a hunter. What I do know is when we open these giant doors in Parl's arena, it brings us right back to old Yharnam. So to befriend Jura, you would need to kill Parl first. And then you would follow this pathway all the way back up to Jura, where you would be able to talk to him without him trying to shoot you. If you haven't played the game before, I would recommend going through old Yharnam the way that we did, but you know, I'm not your father, do whatever you want. And before we finally take on the cathedral, I'm feeling some more Chalice dungeon progress. We are starting to see different variations of the Pthumerians down here, and one of these are the excuse me, where was I? One of these are the Watchers, who are mostly seen guarding the levers that—
You looking at my gut? No. Yeah, sure.
Well, I just took a little peek.
I saw you.
So
what are you looking at my gut for?
Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't think I want to see those things again. Oh look, it's 3 of them. The fight is actually pretty easy and a traditional kind of Souls trio fight. You know the kind. One of them is an asshole who attacks from a distance, one of them attacks slowly, and one of them is a dex build. Since they're like kiddie pools in terms of lore, let me take this time to mention another game mechanic, blood gems. These drop from many enemies throughout the game, but are most commonly found down here in the Chalice dungeons, and the main incentive for grinding them. Each weapon comes with 3 blood gem slots, with each of them having their own buffs and sometimes debuffs. Most of them are percentage increases, which can make a massive difference, with some gems adding plus 20% attack or more, and when you remember there's 3 slots, you realize how much of a game changer that they can be. The deepest Chalice dungeons being home to the most busted of these blood gems as a reward, but of course come down to RNG since they're random drops. And that's about it for our Watchers here. The next boss is a lot more fun though, so let's just jump straight there. This is the Watchdog of the Old Lords. So, as for the good boys boys' lore, there isn't much. Although we will find some other enemies deeper in the labyrinth here that give us some more context as to what the good boy's role may have been. For the boss fight itself, I'm not gonna lie to you, I love this fight. He's pretty fucking hard and super aggressive, so it's one of those fights where you're locked in like the entire time. He also does some crazy damage to us, so not a whole lot of room for mistakes. I also don't think it's a stretch to say that he was inspired by the Beast of Darkness from Berserk. And since this is such a long and intense fight, let's use this time to dig deeper into the Pthumerians. When defeated, he will drop us the central Pthumeru Chalice. It tells us how these Pthumerians were superhuman beings that unlock the wisdom of the Eldritch Truth. Huh? Now what is the Eldritch Truth, you may ask? Well, if I knew the answer to that question, I would probably die. To reference a mid-movie, it's a lot like when the evil Russian woman in the 4th Indiana Jones movie dies from learning the truth of the world from aliens. Yeah, that was a weird one, but it fits strangely perfectly to what we're talking about. This Eldritch Truth is something that is completely incomprehensible to humans like us. It's a state of being that we couldn't even begin to understand or fathom with our human brains. It would be like a dog trying to wrap their heads around filing taxes or 401ks. Their species quite literally just isn't built for it. And the same goes for us humans. And if that answer frustrates you, congratulations. You'd be in the same boat as the Healing Church and the scholars of Byrgenwerth. Of course, we will find more about this Eldritch Truth out, along with the church and school's way of approaching such a concept. And while the Eldritch Truth is beyond understanding for humans, the Chalice also clarified that these Pthumerians were superhumans. And it was because of this that they were actually able to eventually comprehend this truth, whatever it is. Wow, I'm actually surprised that I managed to take him out first try, not gonna lie. And for full disclosure, I had another death exploring an optional path post-Watchdog fight. Got the living shit beaten out of me, to be more accurate.
You got me.
But we have fully completed the Pthumeru Chalice. If you're wondering how many Chalice dungeons we have left, here you go. Yup, and some of them have more layers too, so when I say it's a lot, I'm not joking. The main Pthumeru path is kind of like the primary one, with the secret boss waiting for us in the deepest lair. However, you'll need to visit some of the other Chalice dungeons to get ritual materials you need, so it's not as simple as just doing the Pthumeru path and ignoring the others. Like I said though, I will be going the extra mile and doing every single one of them for the sake of the video. But alright, I'm done procrastinating, let's finally enter that grand cathedral. And as a quick reminder, since we went way off track, Gilbert initially pointed us towards the Grand Cathedral for more answers about the pale blood that we came to Yharnam looking for. The cathedral is also home to the password that we need to make our way towards Byrgenwerth, so we can get 2 birds stoned at once. As we enter, we see someone praying in front of the altar. Meet Vicar Amelia, and we actually get to see her transform into this thing that's a lot like the cleric beast that we met earlier. From her vicar title, we can see that she was a high-ranking member of the Healing Church, and that pendant that she was clutching so tightly has been passed down through each vicar of the Healing Church. As for why she changed so suddenly when we entered, I have a theory. I think her prayers were the thing keeping her stable, but when we appeared, we broke our concentration and in turn caused her to give in to the inevitable transformation. The fight itself isn't too bad, especially since we've already taken on Yahar'Gul and the Pthumeru Chalice. She has a funny attack when she munches on our head though. as well as being able to use that golden pendant passed down from the previous vicars to heal. But I actually beat her ass so badly that she didn't even do it during our fight. Goodbye, Amelia. I wish I could have introduced you to Malekith. You guys would make a nice couple. Looking at the pendant's item description, it refers to the adage we are about to hear that opens the way to Byrgenwerth. And when breaking it open for a blood gem, we get more information about the pendant. It strengthens attacks against those afflicted intensely by beasthood, and was the church's way of retaliating against clerics who would transform into beasts. But let's interact with the altar to get what we came here for, along with one of the most important cutscenes in the game.
Master Willem, I've come to bid you farewell.
Oh, I know. You think now to betray me.
No, but you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage.
We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open.
Fear the old blood. I must take my leave.
By the gods, fear it, Lawrence.
So night is finally upon us. What are we at? 28 insight? Yeah, I think you're ready for a lore dump. The two men that were just speaking are two of the most important characters in the world of Bloodborne. The old man in the rocking chair was Master Willem, the head of Byrgenwerth, and the cutscene begins with his star apprentice Lawrence leaving him and Byrgenwerth, with Willem even accusing him of betrayal. We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. A really interesting line that is open to a lot of interpretation. We, of course, will get a lot more context as to what this might be referring to later on, but feel free to interpret it however you want for now. However, we learn the password as Willem and Lawrence repeat at the same time,
Fear the old blood.
So we have another blood type to add to our list, the Old Blood. What this Old Blood is, we can't be sure of just yet. However, this Old Blood is the same blood that was found deep in the Tomb of the Gods, and the same blood that the Healing Church has been distributing throughout Yharnam this entire time. This is because while Amelia was the most recent vicar of the Healing Church, Willem's apprentice Lawrence was actually the first vicar of the church and played a crucial role in its founding. So as we saw, Willem was extremely cautious and even seemed to be afraid of this old blood, saying our eyes are yet to open, essentially meaning that Willem simply didn't believe that humans were ready for such a thing at this point. Lawrence, on the other hand, thought that it was something that could not only help people, but make us something more than humans. He believed this so much that he left the college to pursue this old blood, which would eventually lead to the founding of the Healing Church. A lot, I know. If you're still a little confused, don't worry. Remember, we now have the password to reach Byrgenwerth, where we can get a lot more answers. We will also find out what that strange skull was that gave us that vision much later on. But first, we have two nameless hunters to take out near the Grand Cathedral. While they don't have names, their armor and Archibald-made bolt weapons clue us in that they are also from Yahar'Gul, the Unseen Village. I fucking love saying that. There's also another Snatcher in the area. And now that we know that they kidnap under orders of the School of Mensis, it seems like they've been stealing people from the Healing Church's doorstep. So maybe it's its own entity separate from the church and Byrgenwerth. At the end of this side path is a gigantic, totally empty room. Trying to go through the door doesn't get us anywhere either. Well, I think we found the cause of that black hole earlier, right outside of Oedon Chapel. 40 insight is the requirement to be able to see whatever that thing was. So for now, your guess is as good as mine. But now we know that there are things that exist in the world that we simply cannot see. And the first thing that pops in my head is Master Willem saying, our eyes are yet to open. So let's up our insight game by checking out another optional but really interesting area called Hemwick Charnel Lane. Another fun place to say. On our way here though, we have one of the most stressful stretches in the game. This large field is home to about 10 plus gunners that are spaced out and are more than willing to shoot you at the same time. Also dogs. Yeah, this place can fuck you up. The best way I found to go about it is rushing the gunners and just using the trees as cover from the bullets. And some luck, of course. After clearing all of that out though, we can finally enter the area. Hemwick Charnel Lane is another mysterious and especially creepy place. You're clued in on this right away because as soon as you walk in, there's some kind of pagan ritualistic town square or some shit. I wish I could enjoy life like these women do. And they're crazy, but a different kind of crazy than we've seen so far. The majority of crazy people that we've seen in Bloodborne have been on the verge of turning into a beast, but these women are normal crazy. It's kind of an oxymoron, but you know what I mean. They're crazy like crazy people. And this place was also extremely important to the School of Mensis, the same group that was kidnapping people to lock them up in Yahar'Gul. So that's two especially creepy places that the School of Mensis had their hands in. And let's just say that this place was terrifying enough before the beastly Scourge. Remember the ritual blood that we found earlier for the Chalice dungeons? Eventually, we will need more ritual materials, many of which are body parts, eyeballs, organs, backbones, and even red jelly. The vast majority of my audience are adults, so I'm just going to assume that you can figure out what red jelly really is. And from the intro, we also saw that there are tons and tons of bodies either laying around or strung up, and a lot of guillotines. So, this nice little village of death would harvest body parts for rituals conducted by the School of Mensis. While the School of Mensis' goals aren't clear to us just yet, I'm going to be bold enough to officially declare them bad guys. And this place is also home to a lot of strange enemies, including these freaky things. These are called Mad Ones. And long story short, they are mad spirits of the dead summoned by the boss at the end of the area. And if you think I'm joking about the long story short, look at this amazing write-up fully explaining Mad Ones along with some other enemies in the game. Link will be in the description if you want to check it out yourself. This place is also home to Executioners, the same enemy that we took out all the way back in Central Yharnam when I was explaining how to parry. Look how far we've come. It's also worth pointing out that the one we found early was also surrounded by caskets, so he was likely adding to their collection. But yeah, with the Executioners, bodies, and body parts all over the place, it should give you an idea of the unbelievably evil shit that really happened here. What's most interesting to me is that while there are some beasts here, it's mostly under control. Probably thanks to that fucking army of gunners that we had to deal with on our way in. And there's actually someone that we can talk to here. Yeah, that fits. The highlight of this area is definitely navigating through the creepy dark barn. It's a rather short area, like our first trip to Yahar'Gul, the unseen village. In typical Souls fashion though, we will be back here at some point. So, at the end of the area, we reach the boss of this place, the Witch of Hemwick. Except wait, that's a mad one. So where's the witch? That's right, we got a gimmick boss on our hands. But this fight is probably the easiest fight in the game, believe it or not. You pretty much just run around the arena looking for the mostly defenseless invisible witch while avoiding these mad ones. And fun fact, if you have 0 insight, the mad ones won't even spawn during the boss fight. Ignorance is bliss. But these witches were rated the best eye collectors in all of Yharnam. Seriously, that's what they did best. There were even some back in Yahar'Gul too, further solidifying the connection between Hemwick and the School of Mensis. Oh, and when you kill the witch, another one shows up. Not really a big deal though. Ow. Easy peasy. She was also nice enough to drop 4 eyeballs for us when she died. I like to think that these were her favorite eyeballs or some shit, but they're ours now. In the room ahead, we see an unfortunate victim of the witch strapped to a chair, already dead. On them is the rune workshop tool. So this unfortunate person was a hunter. And this tool allows us to equip runes, which are similar to talismans or rings from the other games. I promise. To celebrate our victory, let's go through the central Pthumeru Chalice dungeon. The first boss we bump into down here is called the Beast-Possessed Soul. Check this thing out. I honestly wish there was more of this beast in the game because he looks cool as hell. Like a normal beast with Black Phillip's head or something. Oh, and he can also use fire. Sadly though, it's another beast that we don't really have any answers for. My best guess is that he is just a very mature and developed beast and has likely been down here for many years. On to the next one. Our next challenger is the Keeper of the Old Lords. These keepers were preserved in ashen form and given eternal life. If you're wondering what role they had that was so important that earned them eternal life, our eyes are yet to open. Looking at their name though, it's very reminiscent of the watchdog of the Old Lords that we just battled earlier. We will actually see non-boss versions of the keepers along with 2 watchdogs deeper inside the dungeon as a normal enemy. Yeah, it gets pretty rough down here, but this is another fun boss for sure. It plays out a lot like a hunter fight, so I'm able to spam parries. It's great, I love it. Also, when you kill this guy, you actually get his armor set. And it looks cool as fuck with the scythe. It's like a side recommendation, I guess. You look like a fucking skeleton scarecrow or something. It looks so cool. He also likes to use some fire party tricks every now and then. Another fun Chalice dungeon boss. That's like 3 in a row, wow. And the last name on our hit list for the Central Pthumeru Chalice is the Pthumerian Descendant. According to the various wikis, he is actually one of the few descendants of Pthumerian nobility left. However, I wasn't able to find any actual in-game sources on that, so I can't confirm if that's actually the case or not, as it seems like there's only a few people out there besides me who are doing a deep dive on this buffoon. The first part of this fight is fairly normal, but the second half is when he uses dual showtells and it turns into a clusterfuck. He's channeling Law Trick for sure. He also has a fuck you move. If you don't know what that is, it's when an enemy has a move specifically designed for your human reaction. As he is attacking me, my instinct, of course, is to back away. But you can see that the last hit of his combo is literally designed to catch players who try to dodge back. Dick move from software. Oh, and guess what? It happened again when he was really close to death. I hate myself. Well, I guess it's not that crazy that I'd make the same mistake twice. Not again! I'm gonna kill myself. 5th time is the charm, I guess. Yeah, fuck that guy. Not really though, it was a really fun fight. It was one of those fights that you don't really appreciate until it's over. And just like that, we cleared the Central Pthumeru Chalice. That was fast. Yeah, for you didn't have to go looking for levers. And I think I'm good on Chalice dungeons for right now. And we actually haven't checked in on our Oedon Chapel residence since it became nighttime, so let's go do that. So the mean old woman is starting to just completely lose it. The nun Adela is thankful to us for helping her. And there's nothing new with Ariana, an Oedon Chapel dweller. You just stay here and look handsome. By the way, have you checked out our insight? We have 40! That's the amount required to see whatever those giant invisible things were. So let's head outside the chapel and get a good look. Master Willem, my eyes are open, but now I want them closed. These gigantic, multi-armed, tentacle-mouthed, many-eyed beings are known as Lesser Amygdalas, and you may recognize their design as the statue back in Yahar'Gul was depicting one of these things. Needless to say, at this point, we don't know what the fuck they're supposed to be. Hell, even when we have all the information, we still won't completely understand what that thing truly is. However, if you have medical knowledge, you're interested in psychology, or wasted money majoring in psychology for 1 year and then switching like me, the word amygdala will likely sound familiar. The amygdala is a part of our brain's limbic system, and it's the processing center for emotions, like fear. As WebMD says, if you see something that frightens you, your amygdala might tell you to panic. Very fitting name considering that I think all of us had a fear response the first time that we ever saw this thing. So definitely not a coincidence. The head of this creature also resembles the amygdala very closely. Minus all the eyes and shit, of course. And these things would have revealed themselves to us in another moon cycle, but I love that they made it so that you can see them early if you had enough insight. The idea of one of these existing in the world without being seen is such a terrifying thought. Next time you go to Walmart, imagine one of these fuckers just hanging off the side, completely invisible and staring at you. Ugh. Anyways, let's lighten the mood and go visit Gilbert.
Have I heard of Byrgenwerth? Afraid I can't say that I have. The locals aren't apt to share any local history. I'm afraid I may not be of help for much longer.
Don't give in, buddy. There's a cure at Byrgenwerth. I just know it. Yosefka is still giving me the heebie-jeebies, too. And one last NPC to talk to on our way to Byrgenwerth, our boy Alfred. This time, he wants to talk to us about corrupted vile bloods.
Ah, there's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Byrgenwerth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Cainhurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the Church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today. And so, to honor my master's wishes, I search for the path to Cainhurst Castle.
So, another blood type to add to our list. And Alfred started to get a little bit unhinged talking about the Vile Bloods right there, so we didn't really learn exactly what they are, only that he really hates them and is searching for their leader at a place called Cainhurst Castle for his master Logarius. Good luck, bro. I'm headed to Byrgenwerth, though. And now we have the password for that gatekeeper that we spoke to earlier. However, when we enter, we can see that strangely enough, the man that we have been speaking to was dead this whole time. Already dead. Okay. I fucking love these games. But honestly, I tried really hard to find some kind of logical answer for this in-game and online, but I came up empty. So it really probably is just for the dude that's so crazy moment. And it's here that we enter the next area in our journey. The Forbidden Woods. Alfred did mention that woods separated Yharnam from Byrgenwerth, and this place is fucking huge. I haven't gone around all of Yharnam with a ruler, so I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure that this is the largest area in the game. And you only have one lamp, so you're going to want to be on your A game while you're navigating this place. Also, be wary of traps like this. And as the name Forbidden Woods would lead you to believe, the church has a strict no-entry policy here. And where to begin with this place? Well, this was home to yet another village that participated in some messed up experiments, believe it or not. There are tons of graves around the second half of the area, some of them being weirdly huge. Wonder what kind of things are buried here. But the few items that give us a better idea of the woods also mention a pair of brothers known as the Matarus twins. These twins grew up with a venomous snake. Not quite sure how that works, but the snake must have taken some kind of liking to them considering that they weren't eaten or killed. And they kept this relationship with the snake by becoming hunters and feeding it beast entrails, along with letting the village dissect the dead beasts for what is only referred to as forbidden research. And the second half of the Butcher Mask confirms that the younger brother also murdered his older brother after discovering something called vermin in their beloved snake. It's like rabbit hole after rabbit hole all of a sudden, right? Looking at the item description of these vermin, it says that they are centipede-like creatures found in filth and are only seen by League hunters, a covenant inside of the game. It's also supposedly the root of man's impurity, and let me tell you, these vermin are tough to find definitive answers about. And I'm also not entirely convinced convinced that the League isn't just filled with schizophrenic people, considering that they are the only ones who are able to see these vermin. A lot of the community embraces it wholeheartedly though, of course. In terms of gameplay though, it just serves as a way to advance in the League Covenant and to encourage multiplayer, which is always a W in my book. I'll be bringing these vermin up again later on in the forest when we have some more information to work with. At some point while navigating these woods, we bump into a cave. The cave actually leads into a mini poison swamp. I'm honestly impressed that we made it this far without seeing one, but this is a relatively small area with a few of those church giants roaming around, which is weird. Also, a bunch of these disgusting things. They're called hateful maggots. Couldn't have come up with a better name myself. And after we cross this mini swamp filled with hateful maggots, we reach an extremely long ladder. When we come out, we are all the way back in central Yharnam. Souls games at their peak are moments like this that connect two areas that just feel worlds apart. And not only are we back in central Yharnam, but we're right next to Iosefka's clinic, where we first woke up and started this whole mess. And now we're able to go around the back way so we can finally meet Iosefka herself. On our way around the back, we bump into another one of those brain suckers. Not today, Satan. And through the roof, we finally enter the clinic. When we go in, it's very dark and empty, so we start looking around. Trust me, I know. It's not aggressive towards us until I get right next to it though. Certainly different from every other enemy in the game for sure. This thing is called a celestial mob. There's something weirdly charming about the little thing, so I don't even want to kill it. But we are hunters. When we kill the alien thing, it drops Iosefka's blood vial. This is the same thing that Iosefka gave us in the beginning of our journey, so why would this thing have her blood? We will find the answer to that question in a moment. Before leaving though, we pick up Cainhurst Summons. Looking at the item description, we see that somehow this is addressed to us. It's to invite an honorary guest to Cainhurst Castle. Oh wait, that's the same place that our buddy Alfred told us that the ruler of the Vile Bloods is at. So definitely gonna stop by there a little bit later, since it would be rude to ignore a summons addressed directly to us. Deeper in the clinic, we finally meet Iosefka.
Ah, moonlit scents. How did you worm your way in here? Very unfortunate. I had such high hopes for you. Well, I won't make any excuses. Would you mind leaving us alone? Things need not change. You'll do the rescuing, and I'll do the saving. But if you refuse to leave... Oh well. I've always wanted to try my hand on a hunter.
Wait, I thought you liked me!
Women.
Well, eerily enough, this person is an imposter who decided to steal Iosefka's appearance and role at the clinic. So the change in her disposition after killing Father Gascoigne was because this thing was cosplaying as her. And that cute little alien we killed earlier, that is actually the real Iosefka, which is why we got some of her blood from killing it. This imposter experimented on poor Iosefka, turning her into that blue alien. And if we decided to send the survivors that we found to the clinic, they would have met a similar fate to our admirer. As you've seen, this imposter has access to some crazy moves, like tentacles that come out of her hand. When we finally kill her, she says this. And drops an Oedon Writhe Ruin for us to use. The description doesn't have any important information, but the fact that she dropped a ruin with the name Oedon in it is not a coincidence. If we were to come here in the next moon cycle, things would have played out very differently. So I'll be sure to talk about the alternate ending of the clinic confrontation once we enter the final moon cycle. And in this final room, we see more of these celestial emissaries laid out on operating tables. What a disgusting person. But that's all that's here for us, so let's head back to the forest. On our way back though, I had another humiliating death. And back on the path, would you believe that there is actually someone here for us to talk to?
Oh, a hunter of beasts, are you? Glory be. You know not the value you possess. A most frightful fate. Oh my. But
I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestionably certain.
Ew, a tonsil stone, what the fuck, man? However, the place that he just described is somewhere that we've seen before. Remember when a lesser Amygdala grabbed us before we had the ability to see them? That's where he wants us to go. So that's another thing on our to-do list, but we still have a whole forest ahead of us to worry about. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is an especially unfriendly place. While I'm a lot more comfortable going through this place now, I have many memories of my countless deaths here over the last 10 years. Lots of enemies and environmental hazards that want you dead. There's also some oil in the water here, making Molotovs extra effective against the rotted corpses down there. After clearing out the small village of huntsmen, we see a really obvious trap in the middle. And what the hell? Of course, it's crows. I like that the enemies even know that they suck, so they use them for their trap. And this next part is another terrifying stretch for us. As you can see, they learned how to use cannons. And holy shit. You can see I have like 40,000 souls on me, which is normal at this point in the forest. This cannon will easily kill you in one shot at max health. So this is a really common rage quit kind of situation for a lot of people. Best way around this situation is quickly running into each broken down building, which is also filled with enemies because fuck you, until you make your way to the cannon enemy. Problem solved. You can also shoot the cannon yourself. Not really helpful, but yeah, still cool. And this is kind of like the halfway point in the forest. When we enter a dark building, we see an enemy walking in an especially creepy way. And while we're in the middle of fighting him, he does this. Yeah, if you don't like snakes, you're not going to enjoy the second half of this place. The name of that enemy, Vermin Host, clues us in on what's happening here. Your first thought is likely that these are the vermin that we learned about earlier. And while that can definitely be the case, the way that you acquire the vermin item in-game is by defeating area bosses with summons. Some hunters in the DLC will also drop vermin sometimes, neither of which are snakes or are turning into snakes. But they did refer to it as the root of man's impurity. So, if we are to believe the League, maybe it really is the base for these disgusting transformations. And something else, like the snake parasite going around here, or even the old blood of the healing church, are triggers for these transformations. So to put it another way, think about like werewolves in fiction. How like during the day they seem like normal, ordinary people, and they just carry the werewolf gene or virus or whatever. But it's the full moon that actually triggers this transformation. So, I believe that it could either really just be a group of schizophrenic hunters who think that they are the only ones who can see the impurities of man, or they're right and people can actually carry this vermin, only needing something else to trigger the vermin to reveal its true nature. Whether you believe the League or not, one thing is for sure, there is some kind of snake virus going around these woods. While exploring the building, there's quite the sight waiting for us on the roof. We see several dead people scattered on the floor, with one person eating one of the corpses.
Whoa! Blimey, don't scare me like that. On a night like this, I took you for a monster. Oh, thank the stars, you're fairly normal. Was it you who put down that awful beast? Ooh, that thing had me trembling, frozen in my boots. And then you came along. Well, if you're a hunter, then would you know of any safe havens?
I don't remember bumping into an awful beast. And I don't know about you, but he has one too many red flags for me to let him back to Owedon Chapel with the others. That was weird. You know what? I don't fucking trust this guy.
Have you got a screw loose? Or is it your animal intuition? You hunters have got more blood on your hands.
Well, I found the awful beast that did all this, so good call. We can see electricity coming from his fur as well, so he's definitely from the Dark Beast family tree. However, this type of beast is an abhorrent beast, and get ready for the most exciting fight you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm actually just going to poison him to death because he's hard and scary. One of the few times I like to use poison for sure because the run back here sucks. And if you're feeling ripped off because I didn't fight him normally, don't worry. We will be facing much harder versions of this guy deeper in the Chalice dungeons, and there's no place to cower in fear while the poison does its job down there. This one comes with some interesting dialogue though. Also, fun fact, if you send this guy to Obadon Chapel with the others, he will kill everyone, unsurprisingly. So, don't do that unless you want chaos to take the world. Goodbye, suspicious beggar. May you burn in hell. Just up ahead, we finally reach our one and only shortcut back to our lamp, along with meeting the leader of the Hunter League, Walter.
Ah, a new face, are you? And an accomplished hunter, it would appear. I am Walter, master of the League. Members of the League cleanse the streets of all the filth that's spread about during the hunt. Like any half-decent hunter ought to, you know? Haven't you seen enough of these wretched beasts? Freakish slugs and mad doctors. Sentence these fiends to death with the help of your League confederates. What do you say? Why not join the League?
Yeah, he's definitely a little loopy. But to add some more credence to the vermin thing, let's look at the Beast Roar Hunter tool, made by Irreverent Izzy. Sounds like a Dark Souls 2 invader. But the last bit reads, "What terrible things lurk deep within the frames of men," which could easily be referring to vermin. Whether they are real or not, they aren't really important to the overall story. I just think it's a really fascinating concept without any definitive answers, so feel free to come to your own conclusions about it. Anyways, enough vermin talk, let's talk snakes. They're everywhere. There's even piles of them. And larger piles too. This section of the woods is way more open than most areas in the game. Even after multiple playthroughs, I still lose my bearings in here often due to the constant barrage of trees and snakes everywhere you look. Whoa! Oh shit! That was actually fucking terrifying. Yeah, it's rough here. Also, some more of those man-eater boars down here. Don't you judge me. You need to get your hands dirty as a hunter. Deeper in the woods, we spot another one of our blue friends. Poor little thing must have wandered all the way down here from Yosefka's clinic. I was going to say it must be scared, but actually, I'm not really sure if it feels at all. Remember, despite their appearance, they aren't Martians or something like that. They are people who were experimented on. Some of them also come with crazy hair, which indicates that they will fire projectiles at you, making them a lot less likable than their goofy cousins who just try and smack us every now and then. And to spare you from watching me loot the woods for another hour, let's jump ahead to the boss of this place. Interestingly enough, we are able to summon Hemwick to actually help us, since our old hunter bell is able to cross the gaps of worlds, as it says. So there's plenty of times that we'll be able to have the opportunity to summon someone who died a long time ago, or recently in Henrik's case. So let's finally enter the arena. What a cool fucking introduction, right? No cutscene, just 3 shadows appearing out of the fucking mist. Looking at the rune that they drop, we can find some answers about these mysterious aura farmers. This rune resonates with servants of the Queen, carrier of the Child of Blood, who yearn for their Queen's blood with little hope of requitement. This is the first time we've ever seen a queen mentioned at all throughout the game. What we can gather from the rune, though, is that she carried a child of blood, whatever that means. And these shadows here are servants of this queen. So we can assume by her orders that these shadows are guarding the entrance to Byrgenwerth for some reason. And while they were standing guard, they contracted the snake parasite that's been affecting so many of the residents in the second half of these woods. And this boss is a lot of fun, which is pretty impressive for a 3 bosses at once kind of fight. It feels really well designed. The giant grave in the center works as a perfect barrier from the mage, along with the ability to pick at them bit by bit. The mage can summon a giant snake though, which can be terrifying because it can pop up from off screen, so you have no idea where it will attack you from. Nothing but prey to us though. And whew, we finally finished the Forbidden Woods. And somehow the only death I had was that embarrassing one of the dogs earlier. But with the shadows gone, there is nothing left to separate us from finally reaching Byrgenwerth. Oh, we finally made it! So much anticipation. Now, let's go do a Chalice dungeon. No, I'm just kidding. Let me introduce the main enemies of the area. Yeah, Bloodborne keeps on one-upping itself with the gross shit, that's for sure. But as a quick refresh, this is the famous college led by Master Willem that is responsible for finding the old blood deep in the tomb of the gods. It's also where all of the early research was done on it, and Master Willem was extremely cautious about using this old blood. And while Master Willem may seem like the rational one, we will soon find out that the both of them are pretty fucked in the head. The bottom line is, they both wanted the same thing, the next step in human evolution. However, Willem was more focused on humanity achieving more insight first, while Lawrence felt that the answer to this next phase of humanity could be found in the old blood due to its incredible properties. And what were some of Willem's ideas on how to gain more insight? Well, I'll give you a hint. Those disgusting insect creatures hanging around the school were originally humans, along with this abomination. Just take a minute to absorb all the grossness. So, how did we end up with these things? Well, in the beginning of his quest to reach a higher level of understanding, he and his students would wear blindfolds with the intent of looking deeper within themselves. A little weird, but fairly normal, all things considered. Great One's wisdom gives us a better idea of why he took this approach. At Byrgenwerth, Master Willem had an epiphany. We are thinking on the basest of planes. What we need are more eyes. And let's look at the eye rune to see what his mindset was like towards the end of his life. Eyes symbolize the truth Master Willem saw in his research. Disillusioned by the limits of human intellect, Master Willem looked to beings from higher planes for guidance, and sought to line his brain with eyes in order to elevate his thoughts. What? Maybe I'm the idiot since these were the brightest minds in Yharnam, but that sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. For now, at least. While it is still butt-fucking insane, his line of reasoning isn't impossible to understand the deeper we go into this madness. Also the fact that he looked to beings from higher planes for guidance. And I think it's safe to say that we've seen some of these higher beings already, lesser Amygdalas. If you remember, they were completely invisible to us until we reached the level of insight that we needed. Our eyes are yet to open, remember? Also, I want to take a closer look at these freaky insect enemies that we've been bumping into. They are officially named Garden of Eyes, and when you take a minute to look at them, they almost resemble the Amygdala, right? The multiple arms, the many eyes on their heads. So perhaps that was the inspiration behind some of the experiments that they conducted here. When we enter the school, we don't make it too far before being confronted by another hunter. They don't say a word to us, so we just start throwing hands. My favorite kind of hunter fight. She is a hunter from the choir, another sect of the healing church. We will be learning a lot more about them later, so if you're running out of storage space in your brain, don't worry. We're going to put that off and stay focused on Willem. By the way, this hunter fight is like especially difficult. A good time to read the item description of a key though. Key to the lunarium facing the lake on the second floor of Byrgenwerth College. In his final years, Master Willem was fond of the lookout and the rocking chair that he kept there for meditation. In the end, it is said, he left his secret with the lake. So, from the key, it sounds like Master Willem has already passed away, but he had left some kind of secret in the lake outside. At the very top of the school, we find a great hunter tool called an empty phantasm shell. This thing will let us buff our weapon with magic, which is awesome, but I'm more interested in what it tells us. Empty invertebrate shell that is said to be the familiar of a great one. A great one, huh? It looks like we finally have a proper name for Amygdalas, and from the wording, it makes it sound like the Amygdalas are not the only great ones out there. There are also 2 notes to find in Byrgenwerth. The spider hides all manner of rituals, certain to reveal nothing, for true enlightenment need not be shared. Along with, when the red moon hangs low, the line between man and beast is blurred. And when the great ones descend, a womb will be blessed with a child. Don't worry, both of these will actually make a lot more sense in a few minutes. Finally, opening the door outside, we are greeted with none other than Master Willem, blindfold and all. Unable to even speak, he only beckons us towards the moon, or, more likely, the lake, as we read from the Lunarium key. The key said that he spent his final days in this exact position, but he's still here. Now, there is a chance that the Lunarium key just didn't get the memo that he was still alive, but I think it's more than likely some kind of projection or apparition or illusion of Willem. either from his doing or his secret inside of the lake. As I said earlier, he truly isn't capable of communication any longer, so we can either ignore him or kill him. Since he wasn't living a fruitful life anyways, and we will get the eye rune from killing him, I'm gonna go with option B. That's for creating all this freaky shit. And with Willem gone, the only clue left to us is his secret in the lake. So we decide to do the unthinkable, jump into deep water in a Souls game. Now we are somewhere only called Moonside Lake. Clearly, this is not part of the rest of the world, and the only thing in this vast expanse is some kind of creature in the distance, not moving or reacting, just simply idling in this bizarre place. Not only that, even as we get right up in its face, it doesn't seem remotely concerned about us intruding on its world. This thing is actually our next boss and is called Rom the Vacuous Spider. And yes, the note earlier referring to a spider hiding all forms of ritual was referring to Rom here. Rom actually used to be a student at the academy before she became this. She even has a bunch of eyes like the other students. However, her existence is infinitely more impressive than any of the other student transformations, as Rom here has actually reached the level of a Great One, or Willem's secret in the lake. Rom here serves an extremely important purpose, but in classic Souls fashion, let's kill it first and just ask questions later. Rom here seems to have had a hard time functioning as a Great One, since besides a spell, she only has basic attacks like rolling into us. And patience is the name of the game with this fight. While you can definitely rush Rom, the spiders will add up like crazy. So ideally, you take out each wave of spiders, slap Rom around, and repeat. And although Rom only has one spell, it hits like a fucking truck. Yeah, you're gonna want to sprint to the side whenever that happens. Before we finish her off for real, I want to pose some more questions for you to think about. First one being, how was Rom able to become a Great One? It's a pretty unbelievable achievement, and you'd think if they had a method that there would be so many more Great Ones out there already. And the second being, what exactly is Rom's purpose here? It's important to note that not every Great One is combat oriented, as these cosmic beings all have their own abilities and purposes. We can clearly see that Rom isn't a combat oriented Great One, so why was she kept a secret? And more importantly, why were the woods and college locked up to prevent anyone from doing what we're doing? As I said, let's kill her and get our answers after. Okay, what the fuck just happened? A moon fell out of the fucking sky, there was a crying baby, and this, which is clearly symbolic of some shit that we don't understand yet. Well, long story short, we just made the world a whole lot worse to live in. Stepping outside of that door that we couldn't open earlier, we find ourselves back in Yahar'Gul. The unseen village. Fuck, I couldn't help myself. This time with a much more terrifyingly beautiful sky backdrop and a whole lot more of those lesser amygdalas. Now, let's go backwards for a minute. Why did killing Rom just cause everything to go to shit? Well, as I hinted at strongly a few minutes ago, Rom was serving a very important purpose. Her role was to keep the waking world, which is another term for just the normal state of things in Yharnam, and this nightmare world separated. Hence why we and everyone else weren't able to see the lesser amygdalas before without high insight. Those are the facts. But how exactly was she doing this? That is a little more vague, but here's my best guess. As we will soon see for ourselves, Great Ones are capable of creating their own realms, which are appropriately referred to as nightmares. Normally, these nightmares are rather detailed with their own threats and environment. However, Rom's supposed nightmare realm was just a vast expanse of nothingness. Looking at her title, the Vacuous Spider, makes me think that this is her nightmare realm, or the closest thing to it. And due to her being vacuous, which essentially means devoid of any and all thought, would explain why this little pocket dimension under the lake is just a vast expanse of nothing. She can't conjure anything up because she's pretty much just a brain-damaged cosmic spider holding an extremely important purpose. It's safe to say that she had no idea that she was even keeping these threats at bay. So, Master Willem and the rest of his students utilize her abilities to not only keep everyone from the truth, but also to prevent the blood moon along with any evil as shit rituals. Remember that note back in Byrgenwerth that talked about the spider hiding all manners of rituals? Well, if we think back to simpler times, there was a troublesome group that kept coming up called the School of Mensis. The same ones responsible for the Yahar'Gul kidnappings along with the body part removal operation going on in Hemwick Charnel Lane. Well, it was this School of Mensis who had been attempting the aforementioned evil as shit rituals. And now that we got Rom out of the way for them, they are now able to complete whatever ritual that they wanted to perform. I told you we made the world a lot worse. And as for the woman and the crying baby, those answers await us a lot further ahead. Although, as soon as we returned to Yharnam after Rom, we got a strange message telling us to seek the Nightmare Newborn, so probably referring to that baby. But now that the rest of Yahar'Gul is open to us, let's go find out more about the School of Mensis. Shortly after the church we arrived in, we can find someone sitting in a chair with some cage on their head that looks like a contraption from Saw or some shit. These are actually the most identifying feature from members of the School of Mensis. The item description tells us that the cage is a device that restrains the will of the self, allowing one to see the profane world for what it is. So it kind of seems like this was an item that kind of mimicked having high insight. And it seems like at least part of this group's objective was contact with Great Ones. And this is a tense area, mostly because practically every enemy we kill here will respawn quickly after death. This is due to the bell-ringing women. These women do exactly as their name would suggest, and every time they ring their bell, the enemies come back from the dead. Normally, they're only found in Chalice dungeons and nightmares, but because of the blood moon, here they are in Yharnam. So your top priority is always taking them out first and then moving on to the others. And this level plays out fairly normal, navigating dark buildings and jail cells, until this shit happens. Yup, that's right, the lesser Amygdalas can shoot Gundam lasers now. Don't ask me either, these things are beyond our comprehension, remember? And this laser is a problem. Even though I made it past the beam first try, there is something back there that we need to grab. There's an inconspicuous opening in a fence near the laser beam that we can drop down into. Whoa, 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 whoa! Down here is another one of those bell-ringing women, along with a drop into a locked cage. And here is the upper Cathedral Ward key, giving us access to a hidden section of the Cathedral Ward. And with our key, we can finally head back. Shit. We keep seeing more and more of these School of Mensis members all deteriorated, just sitting in chairs. Starting to look pretty ritualistic to me. And this next section is always intimidating no matter how many times I play. We actually make it back to the same building we arrived in when we were dropped here the first time. But the lamp is busted now. And not only that, there's not one, not two, but 3 hunters in here for us to fight. And as far as I can tell, there isn't any way to get the attention of only one of these assholes at a time. And 3 hunters at once is no easy task. Thankfully, they don't respawn, so even if it's a shit show, you can just get through it with perseverance. Unsurprisingly, from their weapons and armor, they are also Yahar'Gul hunters. Bunch of filthy kidnappers. Real hunters hunt beasts and occasionally aliens. Thankfully, we managed to isolate the whip and beast claw hunters, so I'm able to pick at them bit by bit. The fight is going well with the whip hunter until my fucking highly tuned hunter senses tell me to dodge the sneak attack. I honestly think that was just an incredibly lucky dodge. I don't think I planned that. The third wheel backs off again at some point, so I'm able to finish off hunter number 2. And as soon as I start the fight with hunter number 3, this happens. Fucking cannon, man. Oh my god. At least it's only a one-on-one now. And since it's a one-on-one, I take him on in the main room, not keeping a lot of distance between us due to his cannon that outputs more damage than a laser beam from a fucking great one. And once again, here is the Amygdala monument, showing that the Amygdala was definitely worshipped by the school. Outside we see, oh god, these things seem to have two different names, both of which are hilarious. So you can take your pick between Cramped Casket or Undead Amalgam. And yeah, this place is fucked. We get some hints as to how that abomination possibly came to be when we meet the boss of the area. They're pretty tough though, and have an insanely long range projectile attack, so be careful out there. The werewolves here also constructed of body parts. I'm starting to have an idea of what the School of Mensis has been doing with the cut up bodies. Also, I felt like a quick Chalice dungeon break, so I cleared the first layer of the lower Pthumeru Chalice. The boss was another set of Watchers, so nothing worth talking about. Back in Yahar'Gul though, I noticed this lesser Amygdala staring me down hard. Ugh, look at how it follows us with its creepy head. So cool and creepy at the same time. These things have just been watching humans. I love that we aren't supposed to understand what they're thinking, but like, seriously, what the fuck is this guy thinking? Is he imagining us dying, or is it just like a cat looking at a laser pointer or something? Also, we find an extremely interesting note in the area. Behold a pale blood sky. Pale blood mentioned. It's been so long that I nearly forgot that that was our entire purpose here. But what does it mean, pale blood sky? Is it referring to the blood moon, or the actual sky that's all creepy and purple? Either way, it doesn't really give us any ideas on how to actually acquire this pale blood. So feel free to speculate for right now. Anyways, time for the boss of this place, so grab your barf bag. This is the One Reborn, and it's the first time that we get to see a Mensis ritual in action. Really wish that I had it. But first things first, for this fight we need to take out the bell-ringing women up top, and then focus our attention on the big handsome man right here. And what is this disturbing thing? Well, this is the result of some of those rituals from the School of Mensis. Their goals seem to be creating their very own Great One, not different from how Byrgenwerth created Rom. This, however, is definitely not a Great One. This is like a disgusting Lovecraftian equivalent of whenever a fusion doesn't work in Dragon Ball Z. A failure. And the cramped caskets that we saw earlier are probably this ritual done on a much smaller scale, all of which were performed with countless sacrifices, as we can visibly see, with the One Reborn being completely made up of other people and body parts. The fight, however, is surprisingly easy. Makes sense though when you consider that this is just kind of a failed experiment. Definitely made the world a better place though, getting rid of that thing, that's for sure. And in the building up ahead, we see tons of dead people from the School of Mensis. Dead from whichever ritual that this was. When we approach the one in the center, it transports us somewhere known as the lecture building. And before we move on, let's go backwards in time for a second. Remember that stranger in the Forbidden Woods who gave us a tonsil stone and told us to go to the chapel that we arrived in right after Rom? Well, if we were to let ourselves get grabbed by the lesser Amygdala again, rather than dying, we would get sent to this place.
Oh, Amygdala! Oh, Amygdala! Have mercy on the poor bastard!
And if you're anything like me when I first played the game and you're thinking, what the fuck? Those otherworldly monsters sound like that? I thought that they would sound more like... Don't worry, that wasn't the Amygdala. That handsome voice belonged to someone we will meet in a second, as we never once hear the Amygdala speak throughout the entire game. When we arrive at the lecture building through the Amygdala method, we can speak with the source of the voice right through the door.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods.
So that stranger was someone who hangs around this lecture building. While he was a little bit rude, I can't help but feel like I've been rizzed up. There was just something charming about that guy, I can't explain it. Anyways, let's jump back to the upper level we arrived in after the one reborn. As the name suggests, this looks like it was plucked directly from a college. While not confirmed, I'd bet my money on this being a part of Byrgenwerth. However, since we can only get here by touching a dead as fuck body or being grabbed by a lesser Amygdala, it appears that we aren't in Yharnam anymore. The majority of enemies in here are distorted forms of students, turning into slimy mush from the waist down. Fuck. Anyways, this mysterious building, in quotes, seems to act as a sort of in-between for other nightmare realms. There's also some really important notes here. The first one we find reads, Master Willem was right. Evolution without courage will be the ruin of our race. While this could have been left by anyone since Lawrence took a lot of other students with him when him and Master Willem split, I like to believe that this was written by Lawrence himself, thinking that at some point he realized that he set mankind on a path that could not be reversed. The next note backs this up and is a bombshell. The nameless moon presence beckoned by Lawrence and his associates. Pale blood. Wow. So, taking the note at face value, it seems like pale blood isn't actually blood at all. It's what's described as the nameless moon presence that Lawrence and his associates beckoned. It also adds some context to the Yahar'Gul note we saw earlier saying, behold, a pale blood sky. So it does seem that this red blood moon is some kind of presence? That's all we got to go off of for now, though. Let's keep looking for more answers. Another note, 3/3 chords, whatever that means. Hunt the great ones, hunt the great ones. But why? It seemed like Lawrence was only interested in the old blood and human evolution, so why would he or his followers be so concerned with hunting great ones? In another room we find— oh shit! Spider! Kill it!
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again.
Patches! I knew there was something about that voice. Oh, I'd love to give you a hug, but you're disgusting and you look like you'd explode if I squeezed you too hard.
Oh, this cannot be. You cannot be. Oh, how did this come to pass? Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me? Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it, if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it. No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. Let this express what words cannot. Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
He tells us we've witnessed a miracle and we're stronger for it. Patches is the fucking man. I bet that was a serious power boost. I feel stronger already. He's right too, friendship really is a chance encounter. Never really thought about it like that. Take care of yourself, baby cakes. Man, I haven't been this happy since I was talking to— oh shit, Gilbert!
Sorry.
I'm sorry! The blood moon caused him to transform, even when he was all happy to die as a human too. He also turned into a beast patient from old Yharnam, so that terrible cough he had was the ashen blood sickness. While Gilbert can't ever be replaced, God has introduced another kind-hearted person into our lives. Almost like it was fate. Rest in peace, Gilbert. Continuing our central Yharnam NPC check-ins, we noticed a light on at Gascoigne's place.
You haven't by any chance seen my little sister, have you? I told her to look after the house, but she's run off somewhere. She's still quite small, and wears a big white ribbon. Have you seen her out there anywhere?
So this is another one of his daughters, and another pivotal decision. Well, might as well be honest.
How did this happen? Why would she ever go outside? At least I'll have something to remember her by.
Hopefully this one works out better than the fuck! Not again!
Just what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted, actually. Cool.
I am really not good at this. Also, the fact that they went out of their way to make a female character model here for the older sister just for this moment. So mean of them. Also, we are now officially responsible for 3 out of the 4 deaths of the Gascoigne family. 4 out of 5 if you count Hemwick. So, yeah, my bad. Back in the lecture building, we take out a class full of these blobby students. There's a chest here with a hunter tool called the Augur of Abretus. This is actually the tentacle arm thing that the fake Yosefka and the hunter at Byrgenwerth kept hitting us with. Apparently, it partially summons something called Abretus. And most importantly, it confirms that the church encountering this Abretus deep in the Chalice dungeon is what started their inquiry into the cosmos. And the establishment of that choir that the hunter at Byrgenwerth also belonged to. Connecting the dots in Souls games really feels like this sometimes. But this is huge for getting to the bottom of the relationship between the Great Ones and all these other groups in Yharnam. When the church encountered this Abretus, it was the first Great One that they've seen. And this choir branch of the Healing Church seemed to be entirely focused on Abretus and likely other Great Ones. I'll also be recontextualizing everything we've learned towards the end of the video, so don't worry if all these groups and events are starting to get confusing. For now, back in the lecture building, we open a door to access our first Nightmare Realm. This is the Nightmare Frontier, another optional area. And as I said earlier, these Nightmare Realms are created by Great Ones. So the big question is, which Great One's nightmare is this? There are graves all over the place we start out in. And stepping outside, this place definitely looks otherworldly. Moving ahead, we bump into a beast here that looks a lot different from what we've seen so far, and is called a Silver Beast. But every beast I've seen is weak to a hand in the butt, and this one is no different. Also, that message that we got earlier. The bell-ringing woman rings a sinister bell. In Nightmares, the bell woman actually calls out to other hunters to invade you. So, assuming you aren't setting traps for invaders, you're going to want to focus her down ASAP. And we don't make it far before some hostile hunters show up. Interestingly enough, these two actually have their own title. Hunters of Despair. One of them is a Yharnam hunter, while the other is a Healing Church hunter. There isn't anything referring to these two anywhere, but the fact that they're called Hunters of Despair is definitely interesting. My best guess is that they were probably brought here against their will, and for some reason aren't interested in talking things out with us. There's also these large creatures with deformed faces who hurl rocks at you called giant lost children. And now I feel weirdly sad whenever I look at them knowing that that's really their name. The second half of this place is pretty much a poison swamp. I was starting to get worried that we wouldn't get our real proper poison swamp in this game. And the swamp is inhabited by crawlers, these freaky things. After clearing the swamp though, it's finally peace and quiet. Wait, do you hear that? If you know what that is, you know why my butt cheeks were clenched so hard that they could split atoms. These beautiful horrors are winter lanterns, and they are one of 2 enemies in this game that turn my brain into mush. I just cannot think rationally whenever I'm fighting these things. There's a status in this game called Frenzy, which is a lot like Bleed in other games. When the meter fills, you take a large amount of damage all at once. So, her eye-covered brain will try to inflict Frenzy on you while she's trying to throw hands with you. It's like a double whammy. Triple whammy if you count how terrifying it is just to be in their presence. And Frenzy buildup continues even after she is dead or you take cover. It's pretty horrifying. As you can see, I was able to rush her with barely any of my life left. While they don't have information about them in-game, they are way too fucking cool not for me to do some digging. First off, the head. Their head is actually made up of dead messengers, those cute little guys that are our biggest fans back at the Hunter's stream. She's also wearing the same clothing as the doll, but all bloodied. But to be fair, this one could just be them reusing game assets. The name Winter Lantern, however, is the name of a plant. And in a Japanese festival called Obon, winter lantern seeds are used as offerings to the deceased. So not really helpful with their actual lore in-game, but still some cool information that kind of gives you an idea of what they were thinking when they were creating this abomination. And the area up ahead is a cave maze with poison water and a winter lantern wandering around. Needless to say, I was terrified. Oh, thank God. And before we take on the boss here, there's one thing that we absolutely cannot leave here without doing. In the upper area, we notice a trail of shiny stones leading us right to treasure. Hell yeah. Hey Patches, buddy, be careful! There's some dickhead pushing people off of cliffs! Hope he makes it back okay. Another winter lantern, fuck. After the winter lantern though, we grab the messenger's gift down here. And guess what this thing does? That's right, I'd like to see the great ones fuck with us now. Before the boss, let me just make sure, okay, whew, he made it back safely. With our worries gone, let's go meet the host of this nightmare. Amygdala! That was weird. It was like I had a terrifying vision of fighting a significantly harder version of this thing in the future. Anyways, don't confuse this one with the lesser Amygdala that we've seen so far. The lesser ones have tentacles coming out of their face, while the normal ones do not. Don't ask, I have no idea. But yes, this nightmare realm is conjured by the Amygdala right here. It even had our boy Patches simping pretty hard. And as I said before, these things are beyond our understanding, so we will never know for sure why exactly it has conjured this place. But from Patches' reaction when we teleported, my best guess is that he has been offering other hunters to this thing, making those two hunters we saw earlier victims. But that's just speculation, since you and I aren't on the same level of thinking as Amygdala here. The fight, by the way, is a little bit annoying. So you're able to damage the Amygdala's body, but it will do next to no damage. So you're going to want to aim for its head. Check out its eyes popping out when it lasers. Ugh, it's like those fucking squeeze toys, except way more terrifying and gross. The second half of the fight, he takes a page from The Last Giant and rips his arms off. Gnarly. More prey for us, though. Here we grab the Ailing Loran Chalice, adding it to our ever-increasing Chalice dungeon to-do list. So let's go take out another boss in the lower Pthumeru dungeon real quick. I don't want to talk about it. The boss here was another undead giant. Easy. The boss quality in Chalice dungeons definitely varies, but the ones towards the end are all really fun. Next up is returning to Hemwick Charnel Lane, and it's time to respond to the summons that we got from Cainhurst. Ooh, creepy. Check out the freaky horses, too. I wish we can give them some food or something. Jesus, look at them. Anyway, let's hop in the cab. Welcome to Cainhurst Castle, home of the— wait, the horses? What the fuck? It adds a lot to the creepy atmosphere, but they didn't need to kill the shit out of the horses for no reason. Anyways, welcome to Cainhurst Castle, or Forsaken Castle Cainhurst if you want to be a nerd from the Healing Church. This is the place that Alfred told us about earlier that is supposedly home to the Queen of the Vile Bloods. As we enter this place, we see a bunch of gigantic mosquitoes called blood-sucking beasts drinking their fill of blood. And these things are impressively difficult. Hardest enemies here for sure. So if this is your first time coming to Cainhurst, don't let them scare you off, you're probably fine. And while I deal with them and some more of our favorite hateful maggots, let's get into the Vile Bloods. According to Alfred, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Byrgenwerth and brought forbidden blood to Cainhurst Castle, where the first Vile Blood was found. But what exactly is a Vile Blood? Well, we find out more details about this forbidden blood later, but for now, think of it as people who had some kind of corrupted form of the old blood used by the Healing Church. A lot of information out there will call them vampires because they seek out blood for pleasure alone. And while not entirely accurate since they don't have fangs and they don't sparkle in sunlight, they are definitely vampiric in nature. Vile Bloods are even capable of manipulating their blood in an anime-esque fashion, using it to either power themselves up or use it in some kind of spell. After clearing the courtyard of horrors, we finally enter the castle. Seems fairly normal at first, but then we notice the room is actually covered in ghosts. How spooky. And it's time for a history lesson. Cainhurst Castle used to be home to a family of nobles long before it looked like this. They may have even been the ruling aristocracy in Yharnam before the church showed up and said, fuck it, we a theocracy now. So when the Healing Church came into power, the previous ruling class would have been a threat to them and their rule over Yharnam. As for the mysterious person from Byrgenwerth who created the Vile Bloods here, their identity and purpose in doing that is unknown. It may have been in the name of experimentation, or maybe their goal was solely to infect the people of Cainhurst. Regardless, the church now found the perfect excuse to brand the people of Cainhurst as heretics. And apparently the Japanese text confirms that Vile Bloods is a slur against people with this corrupted blood, rather than an actual classification. The church's hatred for these Vile Bloods can still be seen today as well. The only time that our well-mannered hunter friend Alfred got emotional was when he was talking about hunting down their queen for his master Logarius. Looking at some of the executioner armor that we find here, it gives us a better idea of this Logarius's mentality. As the great Logarius once said, acts of goodness are not always wise, and acts of evil are not always foolish, but regardless, we shall always strive to be good. That's a pretty cool quote. And Logarius led this executioner hunter workshop in the name of the church, and was responsible for killing all Vile Bloods, with our boy Alfred being a member of this executioner workshop. And these executioners completely wiped out all of Cainhurst Castle. Well, except the queen, who still resides here according to Alfred. If it wasn't obvious already, they are pretty much a group of fanatics. Alfred is cool though. Check out this fucking sick dress, by the way. Does it look familiar by any chance? If you don't recognize it, don't worry, I'll bring it up again a bit later. This place is also home to gargoyles, or more accurately if you're a nerd, lost children of antiquity. Honestly, not a clue on the origins of these things. If I had to make a guess, maybe this corrupted blood got on gargoyles or something, brought them to life, I really have no idea. No mercy for the elderly, therefore, firearm is effective. I don't want to beat up an old person. What the fuck is your problem? Nah, the guy who left that message was right. That was a fine note. This castle is also huge, by the way. It's fairly straightforward, with many floors of ghosts who I want to point out are much taller than normal people. Kinda like how the Pthumerians we've seen have been taller than us. We also meet a headless ghost who gives us a better glimpse into the abilities of Vile Bloods. As her decapitated head screams, we are all of a sudden locked in place. Okay, the church may have had the right idea in this one instance. These things are pretty creepy. And eventually, we make our way onto the roof. The perfect setting for our next boss fight. Master Logarius! Or Martyr Logarius? Why is he already dead as hell when we get here? And what is his problem with us? We aren't vile bloods. He also has a nice shiny crown, but he's actually borrowing that from the king of Cainhurst that he's already murdered. Kind of a morbid fun fact. And the rest of his story is going to be saved for after we beat this guy. This fight is another really fun one. As you've probably already noticed, I'm being extremely aggressive and not wasting bullets off the bat like I normally do in these boss fights. This is because Logarius has some really strong ranged attacks. So you want to be ruthless, just like his band of executioners. And anytime he sticks his sword in the ground, it becomes priority number 1. It spawns a bunch of smaller knives that chase us down like homing missiles or some shit. He also made me sweat a little bit at the end because he was stuck at 1 HP and I just could not fucking hit him. Eventually we get our 1 lick in though for the kill. And just like that, there is nowhere else for us to go. So let's use our new lamp to go back to the hunter's dream. Except that's what they want you to think. Further ahead, we see that he actually dropped the Crown of Illusions, one of the precious secrets of Cainhurst. The old king's crown is said to reveal illusions and expose a mirage that hides a secret, and so Logarius donned the crown of his own volition, determined to prevent a single soul from stumbling upon this vile secret. What visions did he see sitting serenely upon his new throne? A mirage that hides a secret. It said he saw visions while sitting serenely on his new throne, so let's head back to where he was sitting. I love hidden areas in these games, fuck! Feels really rewarding too as one of the crazies who like to read item descriptions. Up ahead, we hear someone.
Visitor, I claim no subjects, but here lieth our throne. Kneel afore us, or get thee gone. Visitor, moon-scented hunter. I am Annalise, Queen of Castle Cainhurst.
So, there she is, Queen Annalise, the first and the last Vile Blood left. Well, before we joined, of course. And joining the Vile Bloods probably isn't as big of a deal as you'd think. We don't even get any cool blood abilities or anything. Alfred can't even tell that we're one either. But being a Vile Blood pretty much revolves around finding blood dregs, which are found inside of hunters. The item description confirms that her objective was to bear a child of blood, and we don't have any more context about what that means. Essentially making this the main PvP covenant of the game. So let's recontextualize everything we know about Annalise and Logarius. So, while not every single Vile Blood was immortal, Annalise certainly was. So, it's safe to say at some point, Logarius realized this. And since he couldn't kill her, he trapped her in that illusion, standing guard over what was essentially her prison cell. He did this to not only prevent her from leaving, but to prevent any hope of the Vile Blood lineage continuing. Therefore, making him a martyr for his cause, even after his physical death. And if you're wondering how he was able to move and shit as a skeleton, so was I. The most widely accepted theory on this is that as he was slaughtering all of the Vile Bloods in Cainhurst, he got so much of their blood on him that he was able to achieve some lesser form of their immortality. Which makes sense, all things considered, especially since we see Annalise looking like a normal person while Logarius was more of a moving corpse. And before we leave, I also want to remind you again that the summons to Cainhurst that we found was originally addressed to us. So, knowing everything that we do, it's safe to say that everything that we just did here in Cainhurst, including killing Logarius, was exactly what Annalise was hoping for. Anyways, that was Castle Cainhurst, another completely optional area. This game is actually incredibly short if you ignore all of the side stuff. Anyways, let's go pay a visit to our residents at Oedon Chapel since we haven't seen them since the blood moon rose. Immediately, we see Ariana hunched over, holding her stomach, only moaning in pain whenever we try and talk with her. And did you notice? I'll give you a second. The dress! She's wearing a dress that looks exactly like the one that we just got at Cainhurst Castle, home of the Vile Bloods. Surely not a coincidence. I mentioned earlier in the video that she is the most interesting NPC in the game, and we get our first hint at her possible origins right here. But we still have a lot to learn with her, so let's go check on Obedon Chapel Dweller. The Blood Moon can't get you down, huh? Not to be weird, but I think I love you like a brother. Let's check on the old woman.
There you are. You're early, dear. Is anything the matter? You can always tell me. Mother will make everything better.
Oh yeah, she's lost it. Della the Nun, how you doing? Alright then, as long as Obedon Chapel Dweller is okay. And now that we know where Queen Annalise is, let's go tell Alfred that we found an unopened summons to Cainhurst.
Aha! Is that the sigil of Cainhurst? I've heard tell of Cainhurst nobles and their amusingly pompous invitations. Wonderful. I thank you profusely. I will depart immediately, but first, a token of my gratitude. Ah, I feel my master's hand at work. Praise the good blood, and let us cleanse these tarnished streets.
Ooh, he said tarnished! That's the name of the movie! Anyways, let's see what he does when he...
Look, I've done it! I've done it! Smashed and pounded and grounded this rotten siren into fleshy pink pulp. There, you filthy monstrosity. What good's your immortality now? Try stirring up trouble in this sorry state. All mangled and twisted, with every inside on the outside for all the world to see.
Yeah, so the level-headed Alfred was actually pretty unhinged. It makes you wonder why Logaria sacrificed the rest of his life to keep her locked up here if she could just simply be smashed to pieces. Before leaving, we pick up some queenly flesh and stuff it in our pocket for later. Bye, Alfred. Glad you got to achieve your dreams, as fucked as they were. When we return to the place where we first saw him, however, we see that he has, met an unfortunate end at his own hands. Now, why did he do this? Well, for one, he accomplished his goal. And two, the widely accepted belief that I buy into is that he wanted to become a martyr, just like his beloved master Logarius. Rest in peace, Alfred. I'm sure I'll see you in hell someday. And whew, I am feeling tired after all that lore and death, so let's go pop back in the Chalice dungeons. When we enter the boss door in the third lair, we're greeted with, Rom? What are you doing here? I thought we killed you. And yeah, this is where the Chalice dungeon lore gets complicated and a little bit abstract. So this, oh my god, this is going to be a hard one. Do you see that damage from just a normal spider? Let's try this again. There are certain copies of very unique bosses that can be found down here, which makes me question whether these Chalice dungeons are really a labyrinth under Yharnam, or if this is some kind of other realm or something. Keep in mind that the way that we enter these are through rituals, so it's not a stretch that we aren't physically in Yharnam anymore. The boring answer is that they are simply challenge areas for the player, and it's pointless to think about any kind of deeper meaning with some of these bosses, which you already know isn't satisfying to me, but I'm not going to lie, it's really hard to make a concrete theory without any kind of plot inconsistency regarding the bosses down here. So I'm going to quickly go over some possibilities along with what makes it not add up for me. 1. These Chalice dungeons actually exist further back in time, and I would actually believe this one, but my only issue with it is what we're fighting right now. We already know Rom was a student at Byrgenwerth, so she can't be from the distant past. However, some of the deeper Chalice dungeons definitely support this going back in time theory a lot more, as we will see. Theory number 2, this is all a mental thing inside of your head. I hate this theory with a burning passion. It reminds me of the whole "it was all a dream" twist in movies, like fuck you. I'm getting the shit beaten out of me down here, and this is supposed to just be inside of my head. And the third theory, which is probably the most possible, at least in my opinion. Great ones continue to exist after death. This is actually 100% confirmed in-game, even though we haven't haven't seen an example of it just yet. So, if we were to kill a Great One, we may kill its physical form, but it continues to live on because they exist across several planes of existence. Remember, these are multi-dimensional beings. Rom here was separating everyday life in Yharnam from the nightmares without even knowing what the fuck she was doing. Vacuous head ass. But why the hell would she be down here? And while Great Ones live on after death, this would be only one of 2 examples of them reappearing in Chalice dungeons. So those were the best answers that I was able to find regarding the Chalice dungeons. If you think of any other possible explanations, I would love to hear them in the comments. Because when researching this question, I mostly only found Reddit threads where most commenters agree it's probably just them reusing some bosses. But whatever, it's really not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Anyways, we kill Rom for the second time. Sorry, Rom. She probably had no idea what the hell was going on. And we see that the lower Pthumeru has 4 layers, so we have another boss waiting for us this time. On our way, we notice that the Keeper of the Old Lords and his watchdogs are now normal enemies. At least the dogs aren't on fire, though. Still a super tough normal enemy, though, holy shit. And the final boss for the lower Pthumeru dungeon is... Bloodletting Beast? A unique Chalice dungeon boss, let's go! And oh, just listen to this battle track. And as you can see, I'm having a hard time getting my bearings with this giant maniac. Love the fight though, it's fun as hell. As for his lore, it's another beast mostly, but this would be a shitty video if I just stopped it at that every time. So let's break down his name. Bloodletting is the removal of blood for therapeutic purposes. Next step is, what is his name in the original Japanese version? Host of the Beast Blood. Damn! Okay, that's a lot more to work with. What the fuck, localization team? Why do you make it so hard on the English fans sometimes? So, it's very possible that this could be one of the oldest holders of this Beast Blood. And while it put up a good fight in the first half, I steamrolled his ass in the second. Another prey slaughtered, and another chalice completed. What's our reward? The Defiled... We will do it eventually, but that's home to some of the most difficult fights in the entire game. So let's go through the Hintertomb dungeons. And sadly, I am definitely overleveled for both of these, so we will speedrun them along with the lore. Boss 1, Man-Eater Boar, a boar who eats man. Easy. Boss 2, Undead Giant with a cannon. Easy, didn't even get hit once. Really embarrassing for him. Boss 3, another blood-starved beast. We already knew there were multiple versions of these though. Easy. Hintertomb is completed, but now we have the lower Hintertomb. Boss 1, Brainsucker. Easy. Boss 2, Forgotten Madman. Oh, this guy's new. He will even call an escort partway through the fight. From the Madman hood, we get an idea of what this guy's deal is. The tomb prospectors sent down here on behalf of the Healing Church weren't able to handle the knowledge they learned down here. So, they went mad. Simple enough, I guess. Easy fight, though. On our way to the last lever, I want to introduce the beautiful Pthumerian women. Terrifying and insane. Just my type. They attack like fucking maniacs, but that's like heaven on earth for a panic shooter like me. Easy parries. Moving on to boss number 3, the Pthumerian Elder. The only instance of this guy in the entire game. He serves as a way to show off some of the Pthumerian tricks back in the day. Being able to disappear and conjure fire, even a fire crossbow. Cool. In the beginning of the fight, he's fairly simple, but a lot like my arch nemesis, Pthumerian Descendant, the second half of the fight is when it amps up, where he really starts to disappear and attack rapidly. We do finish him off though, officially finishing our first line of Chalice dungeons. And that's definitely enough of those for right now. Our next stop is the upper section of the Cathedral Ward we found a key to back in Yahar'Gul. It's there that we will learn more about the choir, the healing church group dedicated to that great one called Upbeat that they found in the Chalice dungeons. On our way, we have to make a very obnoxious stop. There is a tower on the way consisting of a lot of broken wooden platforms. So it's time for the mandatory nerve-wracking, awkward platforming section from the days before we had a jump button. Our goal is getting to that platform right down there. And I'm not going to lie to you, it was a shit show.
Away! 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 Away!
6 aggravating runbacks later, and we finally managed to pull it off. And it's in here we find an abandoned old workshop. And it looks exactly like the Hunter's Dream. It's seriously 1-to-1. So weird. The items we find here are even stranger. Some doll clothes in a chest, and a small hair ornament. Another abandoned doll identical to the one we know and love also. And if you look at her with a monocular, her fingers even move. Kinda creepy. And strangest of all, 1/3 of umbilical cord. The fuck? Did we just put an umbilical cord in our pocket? But wait a second. What did that note back at the lecture hall say? 3/3 cords. And the item does say 1/3. What we're supposed to do with them, we have no idea, but we know that we should try and grab at least 2 more of these. The item description of this one says this: every great one loses its child and then yearns for a surrogate. The 3rd umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Lot to talk about with that one, wow. So supposedly, every great one loses its child and then yearns for a substitute. And this 3rd umbilical cord led to the encounter with the pale moon, which now we know is the same thing as the pale blood that we are looking for, or the nameless moon presence as the students at the lecture hall called it. And this moon presence apparently beckoned hunters like us and created the hunter's dream. And now, going all the way back to the very beginning, our purpose of coming to Yharnam was seeking this pale blood. So, were we beckoned by this moon presence? Is that why we came to Yharnam? And the fact that it created the hunter's dream would be a lot harder to believe if we weren't clearly in the original workshop located in the waking world as we speak. But if the hunter's dream is a nightmare realm, like the Nightmare Frontier, why is it completely safe? There isn't a single threat to be found inside of the hunter's dream. Also, why is Gurman there? Lots of answers, but also more questions. Let's return to the hunter's dream. When speaking to the doll, we actually have an option to give her that small hair ornament that we found.
What? What is this? I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel a yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter, could this be joy?
Whoa! Wasn't expecting that surprisingly wholesome response. I'm so happy for you. As for why that triggered such an emotional response, we will get the answer to that question in the DLC. Gurman is sleeping, but let's eavesdrop on him.
Oh, Lawrence, Master Willem, somebody help me. Unshackle me, please. Anybody. I've had enough of this dream. The night blocks all sight. Oh, somebody, please.
Holy shit. So yeah, it seems like this hunter's dream is a creation by Pale Blood, which we now know is another name for this nameless moon presence who was also a great one. And it seems like Gurman has been trapped here for a very long time, still calling for Lawrence and Master Willem. Makes you feel really bad for him. However, we have no idea on how we can put an end to this dream or even meet this mysterious moon presence. So we continue on our journey. Perhaps we will find these answers in the home of the choir. If anyone would have information about communicating with Great Ones, it would probably be the group of the Healing Church that was dedicated to that exact purpose. So this is the Upper Cathedral Ward. Hey, I warned you in the beginning that we would be doing a lot more deplorable shit than killing an old handicapped dude. The church servants are back too, with a badass arcane scythe. I always respect a good scythe. But as the name suggests, this is the upper section of the Cathedral Ward, home to the choir, the highest level of elites in the Healing Church. We learned from the Augur of Abretus back at Byrgenwerth that they were established to make contact with the Great One named Abretus that they found underground. And wait, underground? So the Chalice dungeon / Tomb of the Gods. That's where the Pthumerians lived. And not only that, we also know that the Pthumerians were actually able to grasp this eldritch truth. Makes you wonder if the Pthumerians and the Great Ones had some kind of relationship to each other. By the way, check this out. Yeah, that scared the living shit out of me on my first playthrough. This part is pretty freaky too. was taking them out in the doorway, but I got a little too comfortable and paid the price for it. Anyways, this dark building is filled with werewolves and, worst of all, brain suckers. I really hate these things. We also find an orphanage key in here, which gives us some more information about this choir. So this choir wasn't just for communing with Great Ones, but also relentless experimentation. The Cosmic Eye Watcher badge poses an interesting revelation they had too. It reads, "Here we stand, feet planted in the earth, but might the cosmos be very near us, only just above our heads?" Meaning that while they were dedicating their lives to trying to communicate with these faraway beings, they may have been closer than anyone realized. Kind of like how the Amygdalas existed in the world even when we couldn't see them. The choir was also made up of orphans that the church took in after their parents died, many of which were probably sacrificed in the name of research from the very church that took these orphans in. And said orphans were raised as clerics, dedicating themselves to the cause from a very young age. After clearing out the place, we find the best gesture in the game: make contact. Not only is it fucking amazing, but we can see from the moon rune that it's not just a funny meme. This is quite literally how people could contact Great Ones within the nightmares. And this guy must have been trying for a very long time. Anyways, up ahead oh shit, 3D Squelton! And before we move on to the bosses of the upper Cathedral Ward, I stopped back in the Hunter's Dream to level up. And the doll was saying this to herself.
O Flora of the moon, of the dream, O little ones, O fleeting will of the ancients, let the hunter be safe, let him find comfort, and let this dream, his captor, foretell a pleasant awakening, be one day a fond, distant memory.
Aw, she's out here praying for us and our safety. I told you, she is seriously the best. S-tier Souls Companion. Anyways, back to the upper Cathedral Ward. Right after where we fought the random little guy, we see a garden. As we get closer, a boss bar appears with some 3D Squeltons. No damage to the boss though. Ah, I get it. A Royal Rat Vanguard kind of situation. Gotta find the right enemy in the crowd. Found you. Oh god. Now, what is this big guy? Well, as we've already seen with the fake Yosefka, these blue things are people who have been experimented on. Since the choir's purpose was to communicate with these Great Ones, they felt like they needed some kind of diplomatic representative to bridge this connection. Or, in other words, an emissary. See where I'm going with this? So, these 3D Squeltons are the choir's attempt of creating their very own Great One to act as a mediator between our species and theirs. And this big guy right here somehow was able to ascend to the status of a Great One. And while he is rather easy, as you can see, remember that these beings aren't all gods of death who will just snap their fingers and destroy the world. They are all different, having their own abilities, strengths, weaknesses, goals, and feelings. All of which are mostly beyond our comprehension. And now that we know that this was the work of the choir, it pretty much confirms that fake Yosefka was a member of this choir in my head. With some people out there even thinking that she was Yosefka's sister due to them looking alike, but there isn't any definitive answers on why they look the same. Could have been some creepy shit, like she's literally wearing her skin or something too, I don't know. After the Celestial Emissary boss, it seems like the path has ended. Window break! That felt cringe saying that. I felt like Jack Black doing his Minecraft voice. You'll see we are in the upper levels of the Grand Cathedral where we fought Vicar Amelia now. Fuck off, kid. See how bad Frenzy is in this game? I took one little hit and boom, all my health is gone. But in the back, we find a couple more Celestial Emissaries along with an elevator. This brings us deep below the Grand Cathedral of the Healing Church. And as we enter a place called the Altar of Despair, we see it. Upbeat. This was the first Great One that the Healing Church discovered deep in the Tomb of the Gods, and the entire reason the choir was established was to commune with her. And she isn't aggressive towards us either. I hinted earlier that the Pthumerians and the Great Ones used to sort of live together in harmony, and while we don't know the reason just yet, there was some event that led to the Great Ones abandoning this world. However, when they all decided to leave, Upbeat here was left behind. And this is one of the very few times that we are able to sympathize with a Great One. The idea of your species leaving and forgetting you. And despite it being so long ago at this point, she is mourning the fact that she is all alone. The choir garb talks about how the choir worked with the left behind Great One to reach the other Great Ones. The extent of how Abretus here was used by the choir is unclear, so there are several different theories out there. A really common one is actually that the old blood the Healing Church uses really belongs to Abretus. However, I'm going to go ahead and disprove this right now, so bear with me for a minute. Going all the way back to Alfred explaining the Healing Church to us, he said, "A group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium in the tomb, which led to the establishment of the Healing Church's blood healing. And when we look at the Great Isz Chalice, the chalice dungeon that the Healing Church found Abretus in, it says it was also the first chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Byrgenwerth. So, we know that the students of Byrgenwerth discovered the holy medium which led to blood healing. So the fact that the Great Isz Chalice was the first chalice brought back to the surface since the time of Byrgenwerth, that confirms that by the time they found Abretus, they were already utilizing the blood for blood healing. So the old blood is not from Abretus. And like I said, we don't know the extent of the choir and Abretus's relationship, but here is my theory. You can take it or you can leave it. Abretus was yearning to be with her kind, and the choir was desperate to make contact with the other Great Ones as well. So there is definitely a bit of a shared interest there. And whether Abretus was able to sense their intent or something else, she probably would have been okay with them experimenting on her or taking samples in the name of her reconnecting with the other Great Ones. Also explaining why there's an item that allows us to partially summon her, and the alien hybrids that we keep on running into. They likely have been taking either cells, blood, or some other cosmic part of the body we don't know about to create these things. But like I keep saying, a lot of this is unclear or open to interpretation, so believe whatever you like. Now that was quite the lore dump. It also makes the upcoming boss fight that much sadder. Don't lose your edge though, we got a lot more sadness before the night is over. And take a good look at her. Beautiful. The fight with Abretus can definitely be tough too. She has some crazy cosmic moves that can do stupid damage. Also, she is a fan of Frenzy. The secret to this fight is wedging yourself in between her ass cheeks. When she tries to turn around, you'll still be in her blind spot. It's not always that simple though. She has moves where she will reposition herself or she'll just smack you. Goodbye, Abretus. Remember though, while we did kill her, Great Ones continue to exist after their bodies die. So, to end on a happier note, maybe she'll finally be able to reconnect with her kind in some other way of existence. Or she's just dead as shit. She also dropped the Great Isz Chalice for us to explore later. And as we take a closer look at this altar of despair she was staring at, we see a corpse of something that looks exactly like Rom. Wait, what? I'm not gonna lie, this one breaks my brain. I have no fucking idea why there is another Rom here. However, I imagine to Abretus the corpse of another Great One was probably sadly comforting. My best guess is that this one may have just been another Great One, and could have been the inspiration for Moonside Lake Rom. No information to back that up, as the community doesn't seem to have any agreed upon answer for it either. When we approach it, we are able to offer the queenly flesh that we picked up when Alfred smashed in Queen Annalise all the way back at Cainhurst. Huh. And that officially concludes the Upper Cathedral Ward. Since we used the queen's flesh, let's go check back in on her. Oh shit, she is immortal. Guess that dead Rom, like Great One, had some sort of minor time reversal thing going on or something. Also, sorry Alfred, we just made you and your master's death completely meaningless. And believe it or not, we are very close to finishing the game at this point. The next area is the final one in the base game. And besides that, all we have left for us is the DLC and the Chalice dungeons, where we will be getting the bulk of our answers. The hunt is nearly over. Going back to the lecture building, we take the door on the second floor into another nightmare realm. This is the Nightmare of Mensis. And since it's a nightmare, we are joined by more silver beasts and everybody's favorite, hateful maggots. More important than the hateful maggots is the tower in the distance that rapidly fills our frenzy meter when it glows. A big problem for sure, so sedatives are really helpful to have here. But what exactly does it mean when it says that this is the Nightmare of Mensis? As far as we know, Great Ones are the creators of these nightmare realms. Well, this is a result of their ritual involving all of the bodies that we saw throughout Yahar'Gul with the cages on their heads. Despite their physical bodies being rotten, they were somehow able to also exist here in the nightmare, which is probably not all that different from Great Ones being able to exist across multiple planes of existence. Also got my shit rocked from a boulder that did way more damage than I imagined. Making our way into some kind of chapel, we see freaky as hell, but you get used to it after the first few playthroughs. Hey little guys. Up ahead is a hunter in here, strangely enough, and a good time to show off a pretty cool item called the Shaman Bone Blade that turns enemies against each other. You just have to... fuck. The charge up time can take up... And I fucking missed. And I'm dead. Alright, I'll just show you how it works a little bit later. Oh, you just brought the fucking demons out of me with that one. How do you like it? After that surprisingly emotional battle, we make our way inside of the large cathedral that we saw earlier. While I'm navigating this place, let's have a quick refresh on what we know about this school of Mensis. For one, they were a branch of the healing church just like the choir. They both even were interested in communicating with Great Ones. So what separates the two? Well, it's their methods in doing so. First off, both of these groups were fucked up, so there are no good guys in this comparison. But the choir and school of Mensis are kind of like a vague sort of parallel to Master Willem and Lawrence's approaches to the Old Blood, I think. Master Willem believed humanity needed to achieve more insight and ascend before using the Old Blood, or communing with the Great Ones, while Lawrence had a much more gung-ho approach and believed that using this Old Blood would ascend us to the Great One status. The choir seemed to take a more Willem-esque approach, trying to communicate with Upbeat and even trying to create an emissary to bridge the gap between the two species. The school of Mensis, however, was a lot more cult-like in nature, with the body parts, countless corpses, and ritualistic sacrifices really driving that point home. And they were also gung-ho about communing with these Great Ones, trying to beckon them to the waking world, not really giving a shit about any potential consequences that it may bring. And this nightmare was a result of their desire to commune with a Great One. And not just any Great One, but an infant Great One known as Murgo. You may recognize him from his voice. Yes, that was Murgo. After the school of Mensis transferred their consciousness into this nightmare, which, by the way, we can see not everyone in the school was okay with, some of them were strapped to the chair with handcuffs. And there is even a member of the school named Damien who we can summon for help against some bosses like Upbeat. But after they transferred their consciousnesses here, we can see what happened when they tried to commune with Murgo by looking at another 1/3 umbilical cord that we can pick up towards the end of this place. This cord granted Mensis audience with Murgo, but resulted in the stillbirth of their brains. So, long story short, they completed their objective in meeting this infant Great One, but the process turned their brains into mashed potatoes. This is probably like the fourth time I've said this in the video, but knowledge can be dangerous. Taking a look at the area, we can see that the crows have a new look. Oh god. They even have the reverse too, which is way worse. And up ahead, we have our first boss of the nightmare.
Ah, cause. Or some say cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No. We shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
Safe to say Mikolash here has mush brain just like everyone else. This guy, while never outright confirmed as a leader, was the one largely responsible for this nightmare and communicating with Murgo. He's also the host of this nightmare. He also talked about Kos, or as some say Cosm, who we have not heard of yet, and an important one to remember for sure. And this is a gimmick fight. You pretty much chase him around and corner him in the boss room to actually fight while he uses skeleton puppets to harass you. Normally, I would think, why is this guy such an idiot that he's letting us just trap him in a room? But remember, he has mush brain. That was easy.
Majestic! A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. Nightmares, worlds, chills, unending.
Yeah, he has a lot of psychotic ramblings, earning him the most memed boss of Bloodborne award. Some guys be scared to moan in their girl's ear, but I be all... See? It's too easy. And while a lot of his ramblings can be nonsense, this bit is pretty interesting. And let's finish it up with his incredible parting sound to us. It's a nice change of pace after the Upbeat fight, since I don't feel a shred of pity for that hilarious evil dick. It's also worth mentioning that the location of the cathedral we are in right now is referred to as Murgo's Loft. And further ahead, we're faced with Shadows of Yharnam? Why are they here? Well, if you can remember back, the only thing we were able to find out about these guys is that they serve under a certain queen. So that may be a hint as to why they are here. And by the way, it's not referring to Queen Annalise of the Vile Bloods, if that's what you were thinking. We bump into more man-eater boars here, except this time with about 10 times the eyes. Yeah, I'm cooked on this one. There's also an elevator with a busted door, a dead giveaway that there's a secret drop-off.
Get coach!
The hunter fell and hit the head of a 75-year-old woman.
Okay, we make it here first try. And this bridge is horrifying. This is why. There's 3 of them on this bridge, and remember, these are one of 2 enemies that turn my brain into mush, like the students of the School of Mensis. So I'm aware that I am not playing at my A game here. Rewatching your deaths is a very humbling experience. The first one I managed to rush successfully. The second one sniffed me out. Shit. If you played Bloodborne and you're wondering why I'm not using sedatives to cure my frenzy and I'm just healing, that's why. It takes a few seconds to use, so you can literally see that was enough time for it to proc and kill me before I was able to swallow it. So the correct move was healing right there, but I was not thinking rationally due to the scary brain monster women. Also need to make the elevator jump again to add insult to injury. The rematch doesn't go great because she manages to hug me to death. I even busted out the blue elixir, but all those eyes on her brain, I guess she could just still see me. Finally! After taking a quick break to remind myself that I love this game, it's on to the next part. In here we see a bunch of spiders with faces on them. More than likely, members of the School of Mensis as well. Also, the biggest hint we have that our BFF Patches is more than likely a member of the School of Mensis as well. Along with the fact that he worships Amygdala, which they even had a statue of back in Yahar'Gul. So I like to think that Patches somehow snuck his way out of here to chase his lord Amygdala before they communed with Murgo and became brain dead. We also get a view of that bright thing that was inflicting frenzy on us earlier. Oh god. Well, let's pull the lever. My bad, I didn't know that it would do that. Next up is another room with a winter lantern that's not very fun. You need to cross the rafters and take her out really quickly. Future me, we need a replay on that because I swear to God I dodged that hug. Oh my god, I have to do the elevator jump in the bridge again. I mentioned this on the channel before, but the way I like to play these games is killing every enemy at least once. So since I was already able to take out the winter lanterns, I allow myself to run right by them. We all kind of make our own rules for ourselves whenever we play these games. And now that we dropped the creepy eyeball thing, we don't need to worry about being frenzied out in the open anymore. In the tower he was held up in, we find a blood rock. This is actually the only one in the entire base game, excluding Chalice dungeon drops. This is the upgrade material to bring your weapon from +9 to +10. So, yeah, definitely pick this up. Now that we drop that thing, I want to go back to the area before Mikolash because there's an elevator we can ride down to apologize properly. Look at this fucking thing. This is the brain of Mensis, another great one. And while we will definitely be killing this thing, I'm going to attempt to make contact first. While I do that, let's talk about this brain. When we eventually kill the brain, it will drop a living string, which reads, "The immense brain that Mensis retrieved from the nightmare was indeed lined with eyes on the inside, but they were of an evil sort, and the brain itself was terribly rotten. But even still, it was a legitimate great one and left a relic. A living relic at that, which is a precious thing indeed. So yes, this is a fully fledged great one. But that item description is the only thing that speaks about it, so needless to say, there's a lot of unanswered questions with this one. So here's my theory on how this grossness came to be. I believe that this great one was born of the collective brains of the school of Mensis. So they essentially created this thing as sort of a side effect of their ritual. And while Mikolash was the host of this nightmare realm, this great one was produced as a byproduct, which would explain the chains and shit that they have on it, along with the key we used to reach it, talking about how the door was locked for a very, very good reason. Whatever the case though, this thing gotta go. Thanks for the rune, chump. And this is actually where we are going to stop with the Nightmare of Mensis for now. Finishing the Nightmare of Mensis kind of kickstarts the final phase of the game, and the DLC and Chalice dungeons will add so much more context to the climactic finale of the game. So let's do a little dungeon diving before we finally jump into the DLC. This is our first Depth 4 Chalice dungeon, and when they officially get difficult, in my opinion. Except the Pthumerian Descendant, fuck that guy. And now is a good time to mention, what the hell are all of these chalices really? If they're all part of the same labyrinth, why the different names? Well, it's because these are different sections of the overall Pthumerian civilization down here. While definitely not a one-to-one comparison, you can think of them as being different boroughs, but still part of the same city. And looking at the chalice that we're in right now, it talks about how the land of Loran was devoured by sand, along with how the tragedy of Loran has its roots in the Scourge of the Beast. Huh, so the land was devoured by sand. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Sandman. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Maybe it's located beneath a sandy section of Yharnam. The second part is much more interesting though. The tragedy of this place having its roots in the Scourge of the Beast. The last bit even saying, some have made the dreaded extrapolation that Yharnam may be next. Another holy shit moment for sure. So, long before the Beast Scourge affected Yharnam, it seemed to have already taken out Loran many years prior. And the last bit about some making an extrapolation, the some it's referring to is either the Healing Church or Byrgenwerth, but it doesn't matter who made the speculation. The bigger point is that these groups saw what the Scourge did to the land of Loran and decided to still go forward with their search for answers despite knowing the risk that it poses to everyone's lives. You can further see that the Beast Scourge had an especially strong impact on Loran by the enemies as well. Practically every single enemy in the Loran Chalice dungeons consist of beasts, including the one sick with ashen blood. On our way to the boss, let's look at the ritual item we need here to continue down the normal Pthumeru line. Yup, the Bastard of Loran tells us that it was the remains of an infant infected by the Scourge. The second half also hints why I wanted to throw up as soon as I saw the Defiled Chalice. But yeah, Loran really felt the impact of the Beast Scourge. Had to be infinitely worse than Yharnam too, knowing that they were completely trapped underground with this beast epidemic. Anyways, finally making it to the boss of the area, we get another beast-possessed soul. Very fun fight, as always. Took him out without much trouble, but used a ton of bullets forcing parries, as always. The next section I died trying to escape, because when I tried to roll away, I hit a pillar. We call that bad situational awareness. Next up is another blood-starved beast. Crazy part is, this is not even the last one that we will be fighting. The nice part of fighting the same boss over and over is getting better at it though. Only had to heal once. And our final challenger for the Ailing Loran Chalice is the Abhorrent Beast. Just like the suspicious beggar that we met back in the Forbidden Woods who wanted to kill Owedon Chapel Dweller, and the others I guess. But poison won't carry us in this fight anymore, and it does not take long for me to feel the full gravity of that. Holy shit! Second try goes better, but still an L. Third try is the charm though. Outside of this thing clearly being a dark beast because of the electricity coming out of its fur, we still don't know too much about it. It's worth pointing out that the beggar we saw earlier seemed to have complete control over his transformation, which is pretty unprecedented inside of this game. I can't think of a single other time that a beast transformed at will. Even when we saw Amelia transform, it clearly wasn't her choice. So another interesting thing that is kind of open-ended. Whatever his story though, he's still just a beast to a hunter like us. Only took us 3 tries. And now that we have completed the Ailing Loran Chalice, let's finish up our base game side quests and finally jump into the DLC. Back at Owedon Chapel, we notice Ariana missing. I'm going to save that one for post-DLC since we will understand a lot more in regards to the Great Ones and what she's meant to symbolize. So let's go meet up with a friend that we haven't seen in hours. Eileen the Crow. When we approach the Grand Cathedral where we fought Vicar Amelia, we see Eileen laid out in bad shape.
Is that you again? I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest. Though, don't worry. I've taken blood. Enough to save an old woman. No more dreams for me. This is my last chance. What a fool I am. I'll have to tread carefully. But that thing still lies in wait. Turn back. This is my score to settle.
She tells us to turn back, but nobody fucks up my grandma and gets away with it. And the Grand Cathedral is, without a doubt, the hardest non-boss hunter fight in the entire game. The Bloody Crow of Cainhurst. This guy is fucked up. On all of my replays, I maybe beat him on my first try once. Lots of fun to fight though, especially since you have the entire cathedral to fight him in. But like the name would lead you to believe, this is a hunter of Cainhurst, with him even wielding the Chikage katana. And if you remember, Eileen's role is to hunt the hunters, so to speak. More accurately, hunters who have gone mad. So this hunter was likely serving under Queen Annalise back at Cainhurst before he lost his mind. And Eileen, in her old age, couldn't keep up with him, and yeah, I get it. The shit is not easy for a young guy either. And do you want to see the textbook definition of a choke?
I'm gonna kill myself!
Quite literally, the worst feeling possible from these games is dying when they're at 1 health, knowing that you blew it. Second try, we managed not to blow it though. I was half expecting a death montage here, not gonna lie. Let's go tell Eileen the news.
Don't you ever listen to your elders. No matter. You did save my life. I don't seem to be apt for this life anymore. My glory days were long ago now. Here. For you. This too is hunter's work. But it bears no honour. A burden you may choose to carry. The decision is yours alone. My eyes grow heavy. Let me rest a while. I'll be fine. Just wait.
And finally, she asks us to let her rest. And when we come back, she is nowhere to be found. So, the end of her quest is rather open-ended. However, with the state she was in, with us still being able to see her blood on the ground, as much as it hurts to say, I think she more than likely went somewhere to die alone. As a human. Goodbye, Eileen. You were our only hunter friend that didn't lose their mind. And with Eileen's story concluded and everyone else back at the chapel still out of their minds, let's enter the DLC. After killing Amelia, the messengers back at the Dream give you an eye of a blood-drunk hunter. So they actually give you DLC access in Bloodborne way earlier than they normally do. And remember the lesser Amygdala that tried to grab us right outside of the chapel? Well, now that we have our key item, he is yet another transporter for us.
Cursed fiends, their children too. And their children forever true.
Now, welcome to the Hunter's Nightmare. So unlike our Hunter's Dream, this place is called Hunter's Nightmare. And it is definitely the trippiest nightmare realm, for lack of a better word, because it looks exactly like Yharnam in some places, while in others it is completely different. And finding out who is the host of this nightmare is part of the experience, but it is a name that we have heard before. As for what exactly this nightmare is, it's essentially a way to punish hunters who have committed horrible, horrible sins. And this far into the video, you've probably realized that hunters can be very cruel. But think about how awful their actions had to have been to anger a great one to the extent that they'd create a nightmare realm with the sole purpose of punishing them. Another mystery that we need to unravel as we go through this place. And as you've seen, this place is stuffed to the brim with the old hunters from long, long ago. As the hunters in this place, besides us of course, are hunters who have been drunk off of the blood. Looking at the item we used to access the DLC, we can see that these blood-drunk hunters were taken by the nightmare, destined to wander forever, engaged in an endless hunt. And it's a fate that no hunter can escape. Scary. I also want to point out that Gehrman exists in the Hunter's Dream despite being way older than the life of a normal person. So time in these nightmares can move differently. And the fact that every hunter ends up here eventually tells us that we are more than likely going to meet some living legends inside of this nightmare. And it's also where we will be completely unraveling the truth behind the pasts of Gehrman, Willem, and Lawrence, along with some other important figures that I'm not going to spoil. Some hunters here also drop vermin for us, those things that only League hunters can see. Except in the DLC, we don't even need to be a member of the League to see these, which contradicts the item description. And since every hunter ends up here, I think some members of the League were able to physically manifest these things inside of the nightmare, explaining why non-League members are able to see it. But you can also simply interpret it as confirmation of vermin being the root of all evil within man, just as Voltaire told us. And the fact that we can see it without being a member was simply just an oversight. Up to you. As I mentioned earlier, most of the enemies you meet in this place are hunters. There are beasts here too, but they're much more meek and scared than normal, which makes sense considering they are stuck in this eternal cycle too, even though it was the hunter's fault. Permanently being hunted does not sound like a very fun existence. Approaching this nightmare version of the Grand Cathedral, we're greeted with a cosmic version of the executioners. They also don't seem to discriminate against hunters, as we see it bashing in the other enemy hunters. Not any definitive lore for these things as far as I can see, but the fact that they exist in the nightmare and hunt hunters, I think it's safe to assume that these are creations of the nightmare. Maybe a distorted version of them, just like how the hunter's nightmare is a distorted version of Yharnam. I'll give you my favorite theory on why it looks so different in a second. First, let's see what's waiting for us inside of the Grand Cathedral. It almost looks like a fire version of the cleric beast. And are you scared? Well, don't be. There's no fight to be had here for right now. Just needed to grab that eye pendant, the most absurd key in the entire game. From the description, you can see that this allows us to reach the research hall. As for the River of Blood, you'll see that very shortly. First is another nerve-wracking segment with machine guns. You can see there's multiple of these guns all firing at the same time and are more than capable of shredding me in about 1 second. Thankfully, I'm the fastest thing on the planet. Actually, quick side tangent. You ever think about the bullets in this game? How we're able to weave and dodge them? I'm not really much of a power scaler, but hunters have to be unbelievably fast. Granted, we are hunting cosmic gods, so it's not a surprise, but another detail that's cool as fuck. Then again, it wouldn't be a fun game if you couldn't react and you just kinda got shot dead like real life. But shut up, let me nerd out. Anyways, let's see this river of blood. Definitely lives up to the name. Those tough mosquitoes are unsurprisingly all over the place, drinking their fill. And no way! The nightmare version of Gilbert's house! Oh, how I wish we could just have one more moment together. Anyways, this blood river, while adding to the creepiness for sure, isn't just a set piece. And following it to the source will bring us right to our first boss of the DLC. This is another massive area, by the way, so let's see the highlights. Following the blood river downwards brings us to a dark cave with another tough hunter fight. This guy casually has a machine gun in his offhand, so a stressful situation for sure. So we just won't give him the range that he wants. And guess what else is waiting for us in this dark cave? I'll give you a second. If you guessed another blood-starved beast, congratulations! And our big reward for clearing this place out is an Amygdala arm. What? Now, this video is long enough without me talking about every single weapon, but this one is hilarious. It feels fair, too. If they can rip their arms off and use them as weapons, we should be able to do it, too. The law of equivalent exchange. It's not really what that means, but you get it. We keep navigating the Blood River until we come across a sane hunter who can actually hold a conversation.
You're a hunter with your sanity, aren't you? Must have taken a wrong turn, then, eh? Well, we're more alike than you think. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood.
That fellow was Simon. Most of what he said was what we already knew, but I want to point out that he compared our curiosity to those back at Byrgenwerth. And while the idea of curiosity killing the proverbial cat is a common theme throughout the whole game, it's especially prevalent inside of the DLC. As we will soon see, mankind's attempt to satisfy its own unending curiosity along with the arrogance of not accepting their role in the universe is absolutely what led to the hell on earth situation that we've been dealing with the last 3+ hours. It's pretty hard not to finish Bloodborne without feeling a hint of misanthropy. But anyways, before we move on to the first boss of this place, there is an event I absolutely need to point out. Right before grabbing the beloved pizza cutter, this happens. Now you may be wondering, what the fuck is this snail human thing? Well, this is meant to be a hint of what's to come. So I'm not going to tell you, teehee, give me that. And with that done, let's move on to the boss. The very one responsible for the seemingly unending amount of blood.
Please, help us. Alongside this, the great terror looms. Have mercy upon us.
And here is our first legend, Ludwig, the very first official hunter of the Healing Church. How far he has fallen. If you can recall, during the cleric beast fight, we learned that clerics end up turning into the most disgusting beast. And Ludwig here is the winner of the most disgusting boss in Bloodborne award, which is not an easy task. Sorry, the One Reborn. The fact that Ludwig is present in the nightmare tells us that he too has committed unforgivable sins, and the fact that a river of blood exists clues us he may have also had one too many blood cocktails. The first phase of the fight doesn't feel different from fighting normal beast bosses inside of the game, albeit a bit stronger, but at the halfway point, this happens.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
So now the fight goes from hard to help me. But why did his holy moonlight sword bring back his humanity? Well, let's talk about it on the second attempt. Also, listen to how hard this soundtrack goes. Anyways, Ludwig's Holy Moonlight Sword is very interesting. The item description of the weapon alludes to some kind of private guidance, whatever that means. We get more about that in the guidance rune description, further hinting that this sword offered him guidance and would even give him courage during his hunts. And obviously, this sword does not seem like any normal kind of hunter weapon that we've seen up to this point. Especially because it's implied to be sentient, even offering him guidance in the second cutscene as we just saw, allowing him to briefly overcome his beastly nature and start to battle as the hunter that he used to be, despite being in the body of a fucked up looking horse. And I want to let the rest of the fight play out, and we'll talk more about his sword right after. The fight is over, but we can actually have one last word with Ludwig.
Good hunter, have you seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't.
So, as you heard in that sad yet hilarious series of noises, at the very end he began to lose himself once again. And if you speak to him in church attire, he has something different to say.
Tell me, good hunter of the church, have you seen the light? Are my church hunters the honorable Spartans? I hoped they would be. Ah, good. That is a relief. To know I did not suffer such denigration for nothing. Thank you kindly. Now I may sleep in peace. Even in this darkest of nights, I see the moonlight.
Remember, he was the first official Healing Church hunter, so he looks at you as one of his own. Rest in peace, Ludwig. As we can see from the arena, called the Underground Corpse Pile, he has done his fair share of sinning on behalf of the Healing Church. However, from his final words to us in church clothing, it was clear that he truly believed that what he was doing was right. Not sure it excuses the literal mountain of corpses that he's created, but it's up to you if you feel any pity for him. Everyone has their own moral compass. And let's talk about that weapon of his. Well, it's actually ours now. But from the nature of this weapon, it is very clearly not man-made. The common theory is that Ludwig found this while exploring the Tomb of the Gods on behalf of the church. And the sword itself is a relic of either the Pthumerians or even the Great Ones. I remember the item description of the living string that we got from killing the brain of Mensis. It was called a living relic of the Great Ones, something very special indeed. So perhaps that's exactly what this sword was. When we return here, we see that Simon is here with some more words to us about Ludwig.
A tragic figure, but he will shame himself no longer. He died with his ideals untarnished. He was a true hero, and earned that much at least.
Do you know why the hunters are drawn to this nightmare? Because it sprouted from their very misdeeds. Things that some would rather keep secret. A pitiful tale of petty arrogance, really. High time someone exposed the whole charade. Now, go on ahead. You seek nightmares and the secrets within, do you not?
So, more secrets deeper in the nightmare. Sounds about right. As we're moving on to the next area, we hear the local crazy person.
Shrouded by night but with steady stride, coloured by blood but always clear of mind, bound unto the church. Beasts are accursed and curse a shackle. Only ye, the true blades of the church.
Actually, this upcoming area is nothing but crazy people. We also meet the church servant with the most aura in the entire game. Remember, hunter rule number 1, always target the crippled old people first. And this hallway is filled with cells, with most of them being locked, with the most important waiting for us at the bottom of the stairs.
Are you a hunter? Well, that's very odd. Do you hear the toll of the bell? Very well. The beast you seek will not be found here. Go back to your hut, and if you have the chance, put this night behind you. Places better left untouched. Secrets better left alone.
That was Brador. Since he's all locked up, I'm going to flash a picture of him on screen. He was originally an assassin for the Healing Church long ago. However, one of his allies ended up turning into a cleric beast right in front of him, forcing him to kill his former friend. This seems to have driven him slightly insane. Understandable, all things considered. However, keep in mind this was long before the Beast Scourge took Yharnam, and from his testimony we can see that they gave him a single soundless bell to ensure their secrets would be kept. This bell allows him to summon invader-like copies of himself, and if we leave him be, we will have to deal with these eventually. So he does seem cool, but it's only a facade. And it also further confirms that the church was actively covering up the beast problem. Our next challenge is a large room with hospital beds and 2 hunters. Both are church hunters, and that is the extent of knowledge that I have about these goobers right here. One in black attire for novices, and one in white for high-ranking members of the church. It's a surprisingly intense fight though. It really went on for a long time. It was a lot of me hiding behind hospital beds and getting 1 or 2 hits in and then running and hiding. Like a real man. And remember earlier when I said that the eye pendant was the most ridiculous key in the game? This is why. How the fuck did he know to do that? I would have tried like 50 other things before I thought to place it inside of someone's skull. But I mean, he was right. And before we move on to the second to last area of the DLC, there's a secret here for us. The elevator we just took up actually has a secret lower platform with a key on it. Lawrence's skull. Ew. From the description we see that he was actually the very first cleric beast. And it also mentions how his human skull only exists inside of the nightmare. Now where have we seen a cleric beast? Oh yeah, the one on fire in the Grand Cathedral. And now that I think about it, back in the waking world, wasn't there a beast skull in the Grand Cathedral where that cleric beast was sitting? The same beast skull that gave us that flashback of Master Willem and Lawrence? This game is fucking incredible. So yes, we are about to challenge Lawrence himself. The same Lawrence who so willingly spread the old blood throughout Yharnam and played a pivotal role in establishing the Healing Church. And when he turned into the first cleric beast, he was dragged inside the nightmare, forced to pay for his sins and never to regain his previous memories. And the fight itself isn't exactly easy, and a lot of people even say that he's one of the hardest bosses in the game. And while he is hard, don't get me wrong, he would probably be like 4th or 5th in my opinion. The first phase of the fight plays out like a more aggressive, fire-themed cleric beast back from the beginning of the game. He even has the iconic screeching. But towards the end of the fight, he loses the lower half of his body and starts spreading magma wherever he goes. Definitely the hardest part of the fight. His range is pretty fucking ridiculous too. But with that, we have killed the first vicar of the healing church, Lawrence. And while we killed him here, we still have many more secrets to learn about him and the others in the upcoming area. So let's head back to the top of that elevator to reach the research hall. Now this place is fucked. I know most places in the game are, but this place especially. When we enter, an extremely deformed person sets the mood for us.
Has anyone seen my eyes? I'm afraid I've dropped them in a puddle.
Good luck with that, big dog. And in terms of lore, this is where we need to go all the way back to get the truth about Lawrence, Master Willem, Gehrman, and Gehrman's favorite pupil who has yet to come up in this video, Lady Maria. Trust me, I get it, but calm down. As I said, let's go back in time way before Willem and Lawrence knew what they knew about the Great Ones. When Willem and Lawrence were still working together at Byrgenwerth, the two were notified of a very strange creature that has washed up on the shore of a small fishing village. This creature would actually turn out to be the corpse of a Great One. Not just any Great One either, Kos. Or some say Cosm, according to our favorite Mushbrain. And while the events of exactly what happened in this fishing village are revealed in the final area, the research hall is where the church began the experimentation with the Great Ones. We've already seen this with celestial emissaries, but just look at the people here. This was their first time experimenting on humans with parts of a Great One, and the results were fucked up. I don't know any other way to describe it. Anyways, while Lawrence and Master Willem were in charge of researching and experimentation, Gehrman and his protege Maria accompanied the two as hunters, along with several others. And it's in this fishing village that the hunters committed a sin so grave that they angered Kos enough to trap them all inside of the Nightmare Realm for all of eternity. And while all of the people that I've mentioned are 100% guilty of the atrocities we will soon find out about, only one of them seemed to truly carry the weight of that guilt, and that was Maria. These deformed victims that are being used for the intent of humanity reaching the next step of evolution are mostly completely out of it. However, some still are able to form coherent thoughts.
Kill me. Please. Just kill me. Free me from this place before I go mad.
Someone help me. I'm guilty. I know. But I won't do it again. I promise. Darkness. It frightens me, and what rises from its very depths.
Lady Maria, please take my hand. Please help me. Don't let me drown.
While we don't know exactly what the others were thinking, it seems safe to assume from the awful state of things that Gehrman, Willem, and Lawrence weren't very bothered with the reprehensible things that they are exposing these people to. I mean, after all, this was for the good of humanity, right? But several patients here are still calling out to Lady Maria. She clearly spent a lot of time with the people here, and any sense of kindness was probably the only thing keeping these people remotely sane. The research hall, the forced experimentation on innocent people, using the old blood despite knowing the risks of beasthood, all of this despicable shit in the name of humanity reaching the next level. From everything we've seen so far, not a single Great One we've come across has even seemed inherently malicious. Humans were unable to accept their role as less than these Great Ones, and it's this arrogance that is exactly what led to not only the downfall of Yharnam, but the entire race of people that they meant to ascend. This is one of the biggest messages that I think you can take from Bloodborne. It also makes you wonder how our race would really react to a situation like this. But let's go back to Lady Maria. The interesting thing about her is that she is actually a descendant of Queen Annalise, making her a vile blood as well. We can see this from her hunter cap to description, something she must have desperately tried to keep hidden from the very church that she was working under as a hunter. It's because of this that she chose to use the Rakuyo, a weapon requiring great dexterity and training. So rather than rely on her natural abilities as a vile blood, she dedicated herself to training with weapons that required great skill. And if you notice, the last bit of her hat item description mentioned Gehrman's curious mania. What is this referring to? Well, I'll show you two pictures. One is the doll waiting for us back at the Dream, and the other is Lady Maria. Yep, Gehrman had some kind of obsession with Maria. Whether it was a father-daughter thing or a romantic thing, it's not exactly specified. However, the fact that he built a lifelike doll and told us that we can have our way with it earlier in the video, I lean towards the romantic one. It seems Maria never realized this though, as she had great respect for Gehrman as the first hunter. And it's not hard to understand why. He was doing the job of a hunter despite not getting any of the real recognition for it like the church's poster boy hunter Ludwig. But after the events of the fishing village, Maria seemed to really lose a big part of herself. Deeper in the research hall, we find a patient strapped to a chair.
Is that you, Lady Maria? No. You're someone else. Please, could you do something for me? I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid.
This poor soul is Saint Adeline, showing that the church was not above experimenting on their own either. She asks us for brain fluid. While definitely gross, it's the only thing that stops the pain and makes her coherent. We also hear several instances of patients here muttering this.
Splish, splash, split, splash,
blip, blop, blip, blop. Splish, splash, splish, splash.
There's also another hunter from the church, and I've never been so motivated to kill one of these assholes. Have fun in the deepest layers of hell, buddy. Now, let's give Saint Adeline some brain fluid to ease her pain a little bit.
Oh, thank you. You're terribly kind. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh. I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too, so do come back if you ever run dry of saint's blood.
She's hearing a sticky sound, so obviously the only solution is more brain fluid. Say less.
Plip, plop, plip, plop. Plip, plop, plip, plop. There you are. Don't be greedy. As they say, fear the thirst for blood. Hello? Is that who I think it is? Please. Oh, please, I need brain fluid. The sticky sound is fading fast. Please bring me brain fluid. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have saved me. Take this charm. Lady Maria gave it to me, but it is all I can offer, other than my own blood. Please, do not abandon me.
I find it interesting that she said fear the thirst for blood, showing that the church was aware of the risks of the old blood very early on. That last bit breaks my fucking heart, man. She was left alone, strapped in this chair. And while she was close with Lady Maria, it seems like Maria couldn't even bear to watch her get worse as time went on. She gave us a balcony key though, seeing from the item description that it was to bring her comfort. And when we go on this balcony, we see that we're in a very familiar place. This is the Hunter's Nightmare version of Lumen Flower Garden. The same place that we fought the Celestial Emissary boss back in the Upper Cathedral Ward. These lumen flowers were important in some way to the procedure to ascend the patients here. The flowers seem to possess some kind of cosmic property, and Lady Maria was especially fond of them as well. These flowers also seem to bring some sort of sense of comfort to the patients here, probably one of the very few things aside from Maria herself. Outside here, we're able to see some patients who can use some cosmic abilities, and kill the living shit out of me with said cosmic abilities. After our revenge, we loop back around, seeing Simon at the entrance.
Oh, hello. Not a pretty sight, is it? The true face of the blood-worshipping, beast-purging, healing church. But that's not all. You seek the secrets held by the nightmare, do you not? Then here's what you must do. Climb the astral clock tower and kill Maria. She hides the real secret.
So our job is to kill Lady Maria, as she is still protecting the truth of the heinous things that happened here. And fuck man, I don't want to kill Lady Maria, but sadly, you know the drill in these games. As we exit the research hall, we enter Lumenwood Gardens to meet our next boss. Wait, you're not Maria. These are the living failures, and immediately we can see that they look like a variation of the celestial emissaries we've been fighting. This is because it's the alpha version of them. A failure, hence the name. And it's a pretty straightforward fight, with many considering it one of the easiest bosses in the entire game, which makes this next part so impressive. I ask you, if I died to the living failures, what does that make me? A philosophical question to think about. Before we go back for a rematch, let's go check on St. Adeline. Wait, she's not here?
Oh, hello. One last time. Will you fetch brain fluid just one last time?
She wants more brain fluid, but there isn't any left inside of the research hall. Thankfully, these sad lumps of twisted flesh will regenerate. So the only way to get more of the brain fluid for her is to kill the saint ourselves and have her regenerate. Sorry. Her ramblings about feeling unworthy gives us a hint to how insecure she was in her normal life. So perhaps she willingly participated in this experiment, thinking that this would lead to her becoming something more at the very hands of the church that she worshipped. And the final brain fluid actually does ascend her, as we can see from the milkweed rune that she envisioned. While clearly not a great one, she has reached a level of enlightenment that normal people aren't capable of. However, she dies shortly after. At least she died believing that she achieved her goal. Another sad story in the world of Bloodborne. And the sadness isn't over, as right after the Living Failures rematch, it's time to finally confront Maria, just like Simon asked us to. As we enter this astral clock tower, we can already see her sitting and waiting for us. However, when we get closer, we notice that the situation is a lot more morbid than we realized. Getting close to her, we can see that the guilt that Lady Maria carried with her was too much to bear, as we can see with the blood under her chair with more still dripping from her wrists. What could have been so bad that it pushed her to do such a thing? When we go to move her body, however,
a corpse should be left well alone. Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon so sweetly. Only an honest death will kill you now. From your wild curiosity.
And here she is, the winner of my favorite boss battle in the entire game. I already said that hunter fights are the highlights of this game, and this is them at their peak. And rather than killing us outright, she released our arm and let us go, talking about how she understands how the secrets beckon so sweetly. And this also kind of puts in perspective that we possess the same human curiosity that the people of Byrgenwerth and the Healing Church did. We have no reason to keep going on further in this nightmare, as we aren't trapped here like Lady Maria and the others. We are here of our own curiosity. And at some point during the fight, Maria's desire to protect the secrets that lie ahead causes her to give in to her vile blood nature, using the same blood abilities as the ones that we saw at Cainhurst. I hope that now you can finally rest in peace, Maria. Although I beat her on my first try, you can see from my remaining resources that she really pushed me to the limit a lot more than any previous boss. 10 out of 10. And before we move on to the secrets she was hiding, let's speak with the doll.
This may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Moments ago, from some place, perhaps deep within, I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles. Not that I would know. How passing strange.
So, there is definitely a connection between Maria and this doll Gehrman has created, which is why that hair ornament brought her joy for the very first time, as it was likely Maria's. Possibly even a gift from Gehrman, since we found it in the abandoned hunter's workshop. So I think that Gehrman was so distraught from Maria ending her life that he created this very lifelike doll. And within the hunter's dream, the doll is given life, assuming that we have the insight. Remember that we could only interact with her and level up after achieving 1 insight. And yes, if I were to spend all 99 of my insight, she would become motionless again. Regardless, despite her having a connection with Maria, it is clear that the doll and her have 2 different personalities, which is likely why Gehrman doesn't seem remotely attached to it when we enter the dream, despite crafting such a detailed replica of the student that he adored. Back at the clock tower, let's raise the celestial dial we got from Maria to finally uncover the truth of what happened. This is the Fishing Hamlet, one of my favorite areas in the entire Souls series. In terms of lore and vibes though, it's definitely not an easy place to navigate. And just before we reach the village, we hear this. So, let's talk about this place. Not going to be holding back any secrets this time either. So, jumping back in time once again, even further before the events of the research hall. Willem and Lawrence were notified of a large, strange dead creature that washed ashore in this village, Kos. But to the villagers, this wasn't just some large identified creature. It was a deity, something mankind has never seen before. And at this point, it seems as though the people of the hamlet coexisted with their dead deity. And while the corpse was home to parasites that caused mutations in the villagers here, it seems as though the villagers were okay with this. It was their deity after all. And while we don't know exactly how Kos's corpse washed ashore in the fishing hamlet, we do know that she experienced a maternal death, or a death during pregnancy. And when Willem showed up with Gehrman and the rest of the hunters, that is when the atrocities began. The hunters were likely ordered to bring back anything that could ascend humanity at any cost, including the lives of the innocent people here. I think the Accursed Brew item description does a good job of painting a picture of the horrible things that the hunters did to these poor villagers. The hunters forcibly searched their skulls for eyes, even mentioning the scratches and indentations that they would make. Knowing Willem's obsession with eyes and insight, this was likely under his orders. They didn't even do such a horrible thing in a hospital environment either. They were barbarians, and the villagers of this fishing hamlet stood absolutely no chance against a hunter, much less the best hunters in the world. And the ones who weren't lucky enough to die were brought back to be experimented on in the name of humanity. And the evil deeds don't end there either. When it was found that Kos died while pregnant, Willem also more than likely ordered them to retrieve the umbilical cord. The same kind of umbilical cord that we already have our hands on. So the hunters absolutely butchered the corpse of Kos, and not only did they butcher the corpse, they also slaughtered its unborn child, ruining any chance at life that this unborn Great One had. So unbelievably vile. And as I've said before, although a Great One's physical body may die, they still continue to exist. And in another moment where we can sympathize with a Great One, Kos was so unbelievably angered by the butchering of its corpse and unborn child that it created this hunter's nightmare. to punish hunters for their bloodlust and sins that they have committed. And now that we know exactly what happened here, Maria's line of "a corpse should be left well alone" has a lot more meaning to it. So that is the truth of what had happened here in the Fishing Hamlet. And personally, I believe that each phase of this DLC focuses on the sins of each major group inside of the game. The first area, filled with hunters, really drove home the idea that these hunters who are supposed to be humanity's protectors are no different from the beasts that they hunt, monsters. The research hall shows the church's sins of relentless experimentation in the name of ascending people beyond humanity. And finally, the Fishing Hamlet being the sins of Byrgenwerth, the lengths they went to for research and the atrocities that they committed, along with the arrogance of butchering this being along with their child. And as far in the video as we are, it's clear that mankind has done far worse things than any beast or great one that we've come across. And it's not remotely close. It was shortly after the events of the Hamlet that Master Willem and Lawrence's relationship began to fall apart. And while most of the game it seemed like Lawrence was the worse of the two, now it doesn't seem so clear. Lawrence turning to the old blood for answers after the tragic events of what happened in the Hamlet doesn't seem so unreasonable, even knowing the risks. Willem, however, was able to use the very umbilical cord that he stole from Koss to ascend Rom to the status of a Great One. So that is how Rom came to be. And Willem got what he wanted from the Fishing Hamlet, at least in that instance. It also isn't hard to understand why Maria did that to herself, considering what she was a part of. Being a ray of sunshine to the survivors in the research hall is the only way she probably felt like she could atone for what had happened. And when the pain wouldn't go away, she couldn't take it anymore. So I'll leave it to you and your moral compass to decide who the worst of the two evils were between Lawrence and Willem, or if Maria is even deserving of any pity considering what she did. Much of Bloodborne is open to interpretation, including how you feel about certain characters. And this video certainly got a lot more heavy towards the end. So let's lighten the mood slightly by talking about an enemy that makes me panic even worse than the Winter Lanterns. Shark Giants. As I'm trying to pebble one of the enemies here, it reveals itself. And holy shit, imagine the most psychotic enemy that you can think of and then put it in a giant shark man body, and there you have it. While fighting the first one went surprisingly well, the next one, with an anchor, does a better job of showing you what I mean. What a fucking combo, oh my god. Took out my gigantic health bar with a 1-2-3. I can't move, no! While running by this asshole is an option, remember what I said earlier about how I like to play these games by beating each enemy once? So no matter how many times he kills me, I'm going to have the last laugh. I win, you lose. In a shack up ahead, we run into Simon again.
Who are you? I'm afraid I've made a botch of things. Oh, I can hear the bell now. The beast-eyed assassin. He's after me. Again. And again. It never ends. Please. I need you to do something. This village is the true secret. Testament to the old sins. It feeds this hunter's nightmare. Please, bring to an end the horror, so our forefathers sin. We hunters cannot bear their weight forever. It isn't fair. It just isn't fair.
The beast-hide assassin seems to have killed our friend here. In other words, Brador. The same person that was locked up in the research hall and was given a bell to protect the secrets of the Hamlet. So Simon got too close to learning what we know and was killed for it. And it's safe to assume that we are next up on that list. He also gave us some perspective at the end. While the hunters are absolutely responsible for their actions, they were following orders given to them by Master Willem, who, while being responsible for the events that took place here, has managed to avoid being dragged into this nightmare, as he had the hunters do his dirty work for him. So if you felt bad about me killing him back in Byrgenwerth, hopefully your pity is gone by now. Now, with the key to open up those cells back in the research hall, we head back to confront Brador. And while earlier we couldn't hear the ringing of the bell, now it rings throughout the hall for us to hear. And here is one of those invader copies of Brador that seeks out people who know the truth that I was telling you about. The copy ain't shit to us though.
Do you hear this? Fear the bell's toll. For only death awaits foolish prying eyes, and the church assassins are never far behind.
Rest in piss, Brador. While exploring the other cells, I almost shit myself too. Holy fuck. Got me good with that one, Bloodborne. I forgot about that. Back in the Fishing Hamlet, we go deeper until we see some more of the residents here. Except these people have much more of a mollusk, snail-like appearance. Just like the one that fell from the sky back in the beginning of the DLC. And the state of these people can be traced back to those parasites that were inside of Koss's corpse. While certainly gross and sad, it doesn't seem like they are in pain or even care about their current state. A lot of them still want to throw hands though, and I'm more than happy to oblige. And here we get a view of an unbelievably stressful encounter. You can see that there is one shark giant on the ceiling and one waiting at the bottom. This is actually underneath the well back in the town square where we met the first shark giant. This back way gives us a view of the situation though, rather than it just being an evil surprise. So the way it plays out is you start fighting the one on the ground, and about halfway through his health bar his buddy drops down to help him out. And while that asshole back in the Nightmare of Mensis wouldn't let me show you what a shaman bone blade did, this is the perfect example. It essentially inflicts confuse on the enemy, making them attack each other rather than you for a while. Unfortunately, I'm a fucking buffoon and I used it on the one that is already close to death. I told you, they scare me and I make mistakes because I can't think rationally. We managed to pull it off though. Whew. And our reward is Maria's weapon, the Rakuyo. Since it's the end of the run, I'm going to stick with our saw cleaver, but this is definitely my favorite weapon in the game. The item description also tells us that she threw it into a well when she could stomach it no longer, which makes me wonder how she had another copy of it during our fight. But we are in a nightmare meant to punish hunters, so maybe it's a form of punishment from Koss. And before we move on to the finale of the DLC, I want to mention a really interesting theory about the Hunter's Nightmare. As we've seen, a lot of areas of this nightmare look exactly like Yharnam with some weird differences. And while this is never explained, I love the theory that Koss created this based off of its memory of Yharnam. So the reason why some things look one-to-one and others look completely different can be explained by Koss filling in the gaps of its memory. Like it created Yharnam based off of its memory. Just a cool explanation, I think. Anyways, let's go take on one of the hardest bosses in the game. On our way, we see more of these infected villagers praying to their deity. As we enter the most beautiful boss arena in the entire game, we can see the shore Koss washed up on along with its corpse. And as we approach, so yes, this is the unborn child of Koss, still living on inside of the nightmare. Even hearing it cry while looking out at the ocean, realizing that its mother is already dead. So, let's finally put this poor child out of its misery. He ain't gonna make it easy though. The first phase of this fight is fairly normal, all things considered. Except what is he using? Yep, we just got our head caved in with a placenta. On our second attempt, we can see it enters its second phase, now sprouting veil-like wings. Not too different from the sort of wings that Abretus had, actually. Maybe they share some kind of lineage or something like that. And yeah, its phase 2 is absolutely fucking insane. The last 2 playthroughs I did, I managed to kill him without him even entering his phase 2. So this felt like some kind of built up karma. The 3rd try is going amazing actually. However, while he is only a few hits away from death, I am left with 1 HP and not a single blood vial left. This is the only fight in the entire game that I will go through all 24 blood vials on me in one fight. Brutal. Attempt 4, I was just ass. I honestly don't even know what else to say about it. On attempt number 5, he hits me with another one of those fuck you moves. As I attempt a backstep, he extends his placenta to catch me as I'm trying to escape. That was a sentence I didn't think I would ever say. Surely I get him on attempt number 6 though. Nope, placenta bomb to the face. That damage was fucking crazy. 7 was another death to the placenta bombs. What the fuck, man? If it wasn't for those, he would honestly be so much easier. And I want to let the second half of the 8th try play out to really give you an idea of how crazy this fight is. And with that, we put the poor orphan who was never given a chance at life to rest, with us seeing the orphan's lingering spirit still attached to his dead mother. And as we finally put it to rest for good, this happens.
Ah, sweet child of course, returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
After freeing the orphan, the nightmare comes to an end. In another rare moment where we can sympathize with the Great Ones, it appears that Kos is grateful to us for finally putting an end to the suffering of its unborn child, with it reading Nightmare slain rather than prey slaughtered, along with the Nightmare Moon completely disappearing. Really such a beautiful ending to the DLC and the story of the Fishing Hamlet. While they could have easily just made a cool monster Great One for us to fight at the finale, they went with a much deeper and more meaningful final boss, who was also the coolest unborn child that I have ever seen in my life. 11 out of 10. And after all of that lore in the distant past we learned, it's not over. Don't forget, we still have the deepest of the Chalice dungeons to go through, going back even further to finally learn the truth of the Pthumerian civilization that existed way before the city of Yharnam and the Healing Church. Unfortunately, our dungeon diving begins with the Defiled Chalice. You can see from the item description that it actually references bringing on the Curse of the Great Ones. And as we just saw in the Fishing Hamlet, these Great One curses are no joke. But it seems like the Pthumerians also had brought upon a Curse of the Great Ones on themselves. What could they have done that's on the level of butchering a corpse of a Great One and killing its unborn child? Unfortunately, we need to make it through this hell first. The curse of this chalice is half health. While it sounds hard, it's a lot worse than you could even imagine. Even post-DLC, the remaining bosses down here are a challenge. And the bosses don't hold back and are more than capable of killing us in 1 or maybe 2 hits, with one of them being an especially huge pain in my ass. The first boss we run into down here is another keeper of the Old Lords. And this is how dangerous these motherfuckers are in this chalice. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, so while the deeper Chalice dungeons do have harder bosses than these, the half-health curse makes this the most difficult by a lot in my eyes. Thankfully, we managed to take out the keeper on the second try though. On the way, we get one shot by a normal witch. Mother Cost, please help me. Next boss is another watchdog of the old lords. And check this shit out. Yeah, it's fucking rough down here, send help. If anyone tells you Bloodborne is an easy Souls game, I'd be willing to bet that they did not clear all of the Chalice dungeons. Because while admittedly I'm not even in the same stratosphere as the best Souls players out there, aside from the Orphan of Cost and some fall damage, nothing has really given me that hard of a time in this game. But that will soon change, drastically. And his butt flames kill us on our second try. So, as a response to the one-shot moves, I decide to put on the strongest flame-resistant armor that I have. And as you can see from his explosion, this is the little edge that I needed to barely survive his stronger attacks. Look at how down to the wire it was with both of our health bars at the end. Goodbye, Dogi. Also be wary of rolling fatties down here. What just happened? And this next boss, I don't know where to even fucking begin. When we enter and see the Amygdala, you might be thinking that I took the other one out without much of a problem at all. So why the dramatics? These two Amygdala fights are on complete opposite sides of the fucking spectrum. While at first this arena seems large enough for this kind of fight, it is not. This fucking thing loves jumping out of your view. Due to it being in the Defiled Chalice, we are not able to survive more than a couple hits from this thing either. And when it rips its arms off for multiple attacks at once, it practically covers the entire fucking arena. So, long story short, I died. A lot. This many times, actually. The first few attempts were just me trying to kill it normally, aiming for its head and dodging its moves. But the damage is so unbelievably unforgiving that I moved on to the get good phase, where I would learn its moves and fight my greedy instincts a lot more. This consistently got me to the second phase, but the ripped off arms are just impossible for me to deal with. I even upgraded and switched up to Ludwig's Holy Moonlight Sword for more range. So, finally, I entered the final stage of the process of being stuck on an obnoxious boss in a Souls game, trying to break him. I started trying different things, like shooting sword beams at his head, but it was too inconsistent. Then I tried slowly picking away at him from the back, but he has a hey, get out of there kind of smack that he does to prevent such a strategy. And after a lot more experimentation, I finally cracked the code. If you stand about this far away from his tail, it causes him to jump up and reposition himself. And when he lands, his head is always in the same spot, perfect for a poke with a holy sword. And this was the winning strategy against this asshole. Not my proudest win, but whatever, they just threw an Amygdala in here anyways. The dickheads. Anyways, with the Defiled Chalice complete, we can relax. It's not exactly a walk in the park with the deepest dungeons, but it won't be worse than this, that's for sure. Now, we will save our Pthumerian lore dump for the final chalice of the main line, the Great Pthumeru Chalice. So, let's very quickly go through the other chalices. The first boss in the lower Loran chalice is the Loran Silver Beast. Not an exciting boss, but interesting that these beasts that have been unique to nightmares can be found down here in Loran. Also, the electricity clues us that these Loran Silver Beasts seem to be relatives of the Dark Beasts. Easy. Next up is another abhorrent beast. Oh, this one is not gonna be easy. Yeah, I saw that coming. What I didn't see coming is this generational choke that I had in the rematch. Holy fuck, that didn't just happen. Thankfully, third try, we get his ass. And the final boss of the Loran Chalice dungeon line is Loran Dark Beast. So pretty much an endgame version of Parl. Thankfully, we end the asshole before he can start taking a mental toll on us. Loran line is now complete. So let's enter the Great Isz Chalice. And oh my god, new scenery! Holy shit! I've probably cut over 10 hours worth of Chalice dungeon footage out of the video at this point, so it's hard to explain how just a simple change of scenery filled me with life. It's beautiful and cosmic and shit down here, which makes sense considering this is actually the very place that the Healing Church discovered Upbeat so long ago. While navigating this place is a bunch of fun, the bosses are kinda lame sauce, I'm gonna be honest. First up is a brain sucker, and that has got to be the biggest cheap shot to start a boss battle that I've ever seen. Easy. Second is another jumbo 3D Squelton. Sorry, that name is fucking hilarious and I just love saying it. Easy. And the final one is Abreedus herself. And like I said earlier, if it wasn't for Rom down here, it would make so much sense that these Chalice dungeons were set in the past. But the fight with Abreedus is actually incredibly embarrassing for her. I mentioned the hide between her butt cheeks strategy when we fought before, but I perfected it in this fight. She seriously just let me wail on her almost the entire time, which is funny because this fight normally is not that easy. But anything after Defiled Amygdala definitely feels easy. So with that victory, we only have one more dungeon left, with the secret boss waiting for us at the end of it. The second to last boss being what many people consider to be the hardest boss in the entirety of Bloodborne too. As we're going through this place, let's finally talk about the truth of what happened with the Pthumerians, along with the origin of the Old Blood and the Beast Scourge. Now, as we already knew, the Pthumerians were an advanced race of people who lived inside of these dungeons, with the central Pthumeru Chalice confirming that this labyrinth was carved out by them. And it's down here that they encountered the Great Ones. And since they had superhuman abilities, this allowed them to comprehend the Eldritch truth and coexist with these Great Ones. They didn't simply coexist though, as the Pthumerians worshipped these Great Ones. Looking back at our 1/3 umbilical cord, it mentions that every Great One loses its child and yearns for a surrogate. And the item description of the Ring of Betrothal says that in the age of the Great Ones, wedlock was a blood contract, only permitted to those slated to bear a special child. So essentially, a lot like Kos, Great Ones seem to live with a sort of curse of their own, one that leads to them losing a child of theirs. And one of the Great Ones that lived here with the Pthumerians was also yearning for a child. It's actually a Great One that we've heard before, Oedon. The same Oedon as Oedon Chapel and everyone's favorite Oedon Chapel dweller. And unlike Kos and the other Great Ones we've seen, Oedon actually has no physical form. But since we saw that Great Ones only require a blood contract for reproduction, there isn't any need for the physical part of sex. Which, thank God. This game is fucked up enough as is without thinking of an invisible god running around impregnating people. But the one that Oedon chose to bear its child was the Queen of the Pthumerians, Queen Yharnam. So yes, it's more than likely that the Healing Church felt it fitting to name their city after her. And we've actually bumped into the spirit of the Queen already back at Moonside Lake. Remember her? Well, she was chosen to bear the child of Oedon. And as the Ring of Betrothal mentioned, the blood is only permitted to those slated to bear this child. Her wedding dress was likely ceremonial since Oedon has no form and there's no evidence suggesting that the two of them were in love. But who knows for sure. Regardless, this was the first time that Pthumerians saw the incredible properties of this blood for the first time. And looking back at the Blood Rapture rune, the bit about the Queen's servants yearning for her blood with little hope of requitement stands out a lot more. They yearned for this special blood, but they weren't chosen by the Great Ones to bear a child, so there was nothing that they could do about it. Except they wouldn't leave it at that. Despite coexisting and worshipping the Great Ones for so long, seeing the incredible properties this blood possessed began to bring out a new side of these Pthumerians. Until one day they couldn't take it anymore. They gave in to their bloodlust and unbelievably started taking the Queen's blood by force, murdering both her and her unborn child. And this unborn child's name? Murgo. The same Murgo that can be heard crying throughout the nightmare of Mensis. The Murgo that the school of Mensis desperately wanted to commune with. And much like the events of the Fishing Hamlet, this brought the wrath of the Great Ones. Rather than trapping them all in a nightmare though, their punishment was different and would be the end of their race as they knew it. Their own blood was cursed. And anyone who was enticed by this blood would give in to their beastly nature, turning into the physical representation of the beasts that they have become. So, does it make sense now? The old blood that the Healing Church has been using this entire time was the cursed blood of these Pthumerians. The same ones that feasted on their queen and her unborn child. So, while this blood maintains many of the incredible properties of the Great Ones, it also comes with the curse. So Lawrence, in his efforts to spread the old blood far and wide to cause humanity to ascend to the next stage, was really him infecting people with a curse that they didn't bring upon themselves. Well, at least yet. As we've seen from the events of the Fishing Hamlet, humanity seems to have always been doomed to repeat history, with Kos, Queen Yharnam, and their unborn children being slaughtered by people who could not contain their beastly natures. Wow, that was a lot. So while you process that, let's take a short break to talk about the second boss of this final chalice. Another bloodletting beast. However, this one is missing its head, and this lack of head somehow makes him much, much harder than the previous version. Like I said, a decent amount of people consider this fight to be the hardest one in the game, but I am not willing to budge on Defiled Amygdala. Fuck that thing. This headless bloodletting beast has a ton of health and can output some serious damage. I think I just described every tough boss in every video game ever. That is the level of analysis that you can expect from this channel. Not locking on is definitely the key to this fight, as despite his size, this headless big guy likes to jump around all over the place. First try was going great, but his attacks were just too relentless for me to get my bearings. Thankfully, the second time I locked in out of nowhere and managed to beat him, only healing 3 times. Let's just call it dumb luck. I'll take it though. And finally, we approach the door of the final boss of the Chalice dungeons. Inside, we see it is none other than Queen Yharnam herself. And this fight is really unique. Throughout the fight, you will still hear the cries of Murgo. Morbid, I know, but you actually need to listen closely, as whenever Murgo finishes its second cry, the Queen will lock you in place, ready to attack. Not unlike Vile Blood's, actually. Now that I think about it, she's using the exact same blood manipulation as Maria and the others at Cainhurst. So, the exact connection isn't ever specified, but my best guess is that the corrupted blood that the Scholar of Byrgenwerth infected Cainhurst with was a more potent version of the Queen's. Or maybe it really was just a corrupted version of it. It's not really clear. Regardless, it's clear that despite the church labeling Vile Bloods as heretical, it seems that the blood is much closer to Queen Yharnam's, the first receiver of the Great One's blood. So I'd like to believe that, ironically, the Healing Church was using the corrupted blood, while the Vile Bloods actually have a more pure version. But like I said, that's only my best guess, so feel free to interpret that connection however you like. But remember earlier when we found out that Queen Annalise of the Vile Bloods was yearning for a child of blood? Well, now we know exactly what she meant by that. She wanted the baby of a Great One, much like Queen Yharnam. There's also another theory that the royal family of Cainhurst are actually descendants of the Pthumerians, which explains Annalise's desires along with the people of Cainhurst's naturally taller physiques compared to the other people of the world. And if that really were true, they were likely the only Pthumerians that made it out of there. Regardless, as you can see, despite me dying already, Queen Yharnam isn't especially strong. Well, considering she's still bleeding out of the chest, I'd say she's putting up a pretty good fight. But this fight, along with the reveal of everything I've told you, is the primary reason you'd want to go through these Chalice dungeons. Unless you're down here for the blood gems. And when we do finally kill the Queen, we get a Yharnam stone. And guess what this does? Nothing. Nada. If you're an insane person like me who collects all 1000 Korok seeds in Zelda, it's a lot like the piece of shit that Hestu gives you. It's pretty much just a trophy telling you, hey, congratulations on beating all the Chalice dungeons. So why was she back in Moonside Lake watching the blood moon fall with us after we killed Rom? This is another thing that is never explicitly said, so I'll give you my take on it. I like to believe that since the School of Mensis communed with Murgo's consciousness, the baby is now essentially stuck in the nightmare realm that they created. We know this because throughout the nightmare we can still hear Murgo crying. And as we learned from the note at Byrgenwerth, Rom was hiding all manners of rituals. So when we killed Rom, the Queen knew that her child Murgo was at risk from either the School of Mensis or even hunters like us. So she was so sad seeing the blood moon fall because she knew that this opened her baby up to more risk despite already going through so much. And now that we know the identity of the Queen that the Shadows of Yharnam serve, it also makes sense that the Queen ordered them to protect Byrgenwerth, and why we had to defeat them to make it inside to see Rom. Also, the only other place that we've seen these shadows was at the very end of the Nightmare of Mensis towards where Murgo's cries were coming from. And before we pick back up there, I think it's time to finally talk about Ariana. If you recall, she was the self-described whore that we rescued in the Cathedral Ward, who also seemed to be from Cainhurst. The last time we saw her, she was holding her stomach in pain. Back in Oedon Chapel, we see that she is gone, but there is a blood trail leading further below. Following it, we see what happened to her.
It can't be. This is a nightmare.
Despite Annalise wanting a child of blood desperately, it would seem that Oedon chose Ariana to bear this child of blood. So despite more than likely being of noble blood, Ariana here worked as a prostitute. And after we supposedly rescue her, she is then impregnated against her will by a Great One. The whole thing completely broke her mind, understandably. And if you can remember all the way back in the beginning of the video, I said we'd be doing some heinous shit in this room. And, well, we need 3 umbilical cords like the note said. After asking the baby for his umbilical cord nicely, we now have 2 of these cords. The other one we found all the way back in the abandoned hunter's workshop, which was clearly the one that beckoned the moon presence to Yharnam. And there was a missable one that we didn't grab. Remember how I said the fake Yosefka confrontation would play out much differently if we waited until the blood moon? Well, if we were to show up, we can see her twitching on the operating table, and has clearly also been impregnated by a Great One, presumably Oedon as well. And while absolutely disturbing, remember, the Great Ones always yearn for more children. So this isn't some kind of large-scale sexual deviancy thing. But with everything done, let us finally finish the Nightmare of Mensis and end this hunt. Just before the final boss, we once again see the Queen of Yharnam, crying and seemingly praying for her baby Murgo that is just up ahead, completely uninterested in us. And I really hope that we don't need to fight another baby. This is Murgo's wet nurse. As to what exactly this thing is, I'm not entirely sure. The wikis seem pretty certain that this is a Great One as well, but there isn't anything that refers to it in any item descriptions in the game. It could certainly be a creation of a Great One, or it could be an old creation of the Queen, similar to the Shadows of Yharnam. Maybe Murgo even instinctually created this thing without knowing its powers as a Great One. Really mysterious for sure. Whatever the case is, its role is to care for and protect Murgo. It has no face, multiple arms, and does not bleed when cut. And clearly this wet nurse is built for combat and recognizes us as a threat. And now that we know the evil shit that hunters had their hands in, I really cannot blame it. The fight is another fun one, and towards the end, the nurse fills the arena with smoke and clones herself to attack us many times at once. Something Queen Yharnam was also able to do during her fight. And when finally killing the wet nurse, we get the unique Nightmare Slain pop-up again, with Murgo's cries finally coming to an end and its consciousness leaving the nightmare. Another baby gone by our hands. And returning to Queen Yharnam's spirit, we actually see her bow to us in gratitude and disappear. But we just killed her baby. Well, another thing open to interpretation, but I believe that she knew that her and her baby died a long time ago. And the School of Mensis reached out to Murgo's consciousness for whatever messed up plan they had. So from her perspective, these people likely essentially dug her baby out of the ground for whatever twisted ritual they were planning. So us allowing Murgo to rest again brought both of them peace. A beautiful moment, really. A lot like Kos, we put the loving mother's mind at ease by giving their children the peace that they deserve. And returning to the hunter's dream, we can see that someone lit the building on fire. And I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it wasn't the doll. When we speak to her, she says,
"Good hunter, you have come. Dawn will soon break. This night and this dream will end. Gammon awaits you at the foot of the great tree."
Now, before the final battle, let's review the events of the game with our new knowledge, along with what we know about this mysterious moon presence. When we first arrived here in Yharnam, we were searching for pale blood, which we now know is another word for the moon presence itself. However, we had no real knowledge about it, so it's safe to say in the same way that Lawrence beckoned the moon presence to Yharnam, we were also beckoned here by the nameless Great One. It has also trapped Gehrman inside of this hunter's dream for a long time. But the big question is why? Well, the answer was given to us all the way back in the lecture building, we just had no idea. Hunt the Great Ones. Hunt the Great Ones. And let's reflect on our journey. The fact that we killed Abretus, the orphan, Murgo, and Rom, who was keeping the moon presence at bay. It seems like we've been following the path laid out to us the entire time. The moon presence made a copy of the abandoned hunter's workshop in the waking world to create a safe dream world for hunters. It saw the potential of hunters and decided to employ them with the intention of hunting other great ones. With Gehrman forced to guide future hunters to further the moon presence's goal. Now, why is it hunting great ones? Unfortunately, we will never be able to fully understand its goals or even make a good guess. It is a great one after all. They're supposed to be beyond our understanding. The only thing I think that we can safely assume is that this moon presence isn't capable of hunting great ones by itself, because if that were the case, it would not need to employ hunters like us. And back when we heard Gehrman weeping, it seems as though he's both completely subdued and terrified by this moon presence. The first true hunter is terrified of this being. So the question now is, why did he burn the workshop? Well, I don't even think that the workshop is really on fire. I believe that after we killed Murgo, we completed everything that the moon presence wanted from us, and we are no longer needed inside of the hunter's dream. And since we did everything that we were supposed to, Gehrman is now ready to free us from this dream. Of course, Gehrman will still be shackled here though, forced to train hunters to accomplish more of its bidding. And now Gehrman awaits us in the previously locked garden for our final confrontation. And before we do that, there was one more important note at the lecture building. 3 third chords. We found one in the abandoned workshop, one from Ariana's baby, and one from Murgo. So, what do we do with them? Yes, we consume them. We know that Willem used an umbilical cord to ascend Rom to the status of a Great One. So, are we a Great One after eating 3 thirds of an umbilical cord? We don't seem to have a bunch of eyeballs or crazy powers. Whatever the case is, let's finally confront Gehrman.
Good hunter. You've done well. The night is near its end. Now, I will show you mercy. You will die, forget the dream, and awake under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
Now, there are 3 possible endings in Bloodborne. The first would be to submit our life to Gehrman without a fight. This doesn't really kill us though. As Gehrman said, we are essentially freed from the dream by Gehrman on the moon presence's orders, waking up back in the waking world the morning after the hunt, with no recollection of what just happened to us, with Gehrman essentially granting us the freedom that he so desperately desires himself, making it an act of mercy in his eyes. While of course these are open to your own interpretation, I definitely think this is the worst ending, as we essentially do the moon presence's bidding and just forget everything that happened to us. Rather unsatisfying. Choosing to disobey the moon presence's wishes, of course, forces Gehrman to try and kill us, since he is forced to serve it against his will. So even though Gehrman wouldn't be able to comprehend us not taking the easy way out, let's try and free him from this prison.
Dear, oh dear. What was it? The hunt? The blood? Or the horrible dream? Oh, it doesn't matter. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt.
This fight is unsurprisingly fantastic. When you fight a boss in a flower field, you just know that it's going to fuck so hard. And for an old man in a wheelchair, Gehrman here can really move. Like Maria, his protege, he is a very good fighter, constantly closing the gap on you with his cool scythe. And at the halfway point, he pauses. It seems as though he's getting power from somewhere. The moon presence itself, I would imagine, which would definitely alert it that we are being a bit of a problem child. And I'm going to let the rest of this amazing fight play out. After defeating Gehrman, we finally see it, the moon presence. As we can see, it seems like the hunter is already entranced by it, and if we didn't consume the 3/3 chords like the note said, we are unable to resist the Great One. And since we defeated Gehrman, it forces us to fill his role in instructing future hunters to further its own ambitions. Certainly not a very happy ending, considering we are now trapped in this dream and forced to serve the moon presence. However, since we consumed 3/3 chords, this happens. So, with those umbilical cords, we have now reached the level of a Great One, and the moon presence is caught extremely off guard here. After all, he orders us hunters to hunt Great Ones rather than do it by itself. And in another ironic twist, we are now able to hunt the hunter of the Great Ones. And now I'm going to shut up and let the rest of the fight and the ending play out, and we'll catch up after.
Are you cold? Oh, good hunter.
So, there it is. The ending that has confused the shit out of almost everyone I know who has played the game. But if you made it this far, you might have already guessed what happened. We have officially transcended humanity and have become a fully fledged Great One. Although, of course, we are initially just an infant that resembles a squid. It's a good thing we have such a loving doll who seems to find a brand new role in taking care of us. As for what we turn into, what we do, or what happens to Yharnam, that's all up to your imagination. Unsurprisingly, there isn't some happy ending where we cure the beast scourge and we see the force ghosts of Willem, Lawrence, and Gurman happy that we defeated the moon presence. One of the things that makes this video game so special is how different people find different meanings inside of it. Some will look at the Healing Church's sins as a critique of religion. Some people identify with the loss that's found inside of this entire game. These great ones being forced to lose a child only to yearn for another. A very human characteristic for cosmic beings. The fact that the idea of a child is what beckons the Great Ones to the world more than anything. The hubris of humanity for not accepting their role in the universe. Or the arrogance of desperately trying anything to maintain themselves at the top of the food chain. The thing with art is that it's open to interpretation, and I truly believe that's what this game is. So while I know Sony doesn't make it easy, I can't recommend playing this game yourself enough. As long as this video is, it really focused on the big bullet points. There are so many more secrets that the community hasn't solved, and now that you know the whole story, you can dig even deeper on your playthrough or find deeper meaning in things that I didn't spend much time on. So as always, thank you all so much for watching my shitty videos. If you enjoyed it, leaving a like helps a bunch, and subscribe for more because I am planning on going through all of the Souls games eventually. And this is the current order that I'm planning on tackling them in. Really shitty planning on my part, I know. The Dark Souls 3 one might be a ways out though, as the back-to-back 4+ hour lore videos are causing eyes to form on my brain. And I also got some requests to open up a Discord, so happy to say I finally learned how to make one. So if you're a like-minded nerd, feel free to hop in there. I also think it would be cool to kind of build a nice Elden Ring Night Rain community. So calling all retired followers of the sun. In the network test, there were so many times that people would bail mid-boss fight because of the storm or because it was too tough for where we were. And being good at the game isn't as valuable as fighting alongside your brothers and sisters to the end. Also, speaking of Elden Ring, I also wanted to kind of give a community shout out to a really cool Elden Ring fan film called Becoming the Blade of Miquella. It focuses on Malenia and Miquella's relationship, and it's really cool. I think it's really great when the Souls community puts a bunch of time and love into projects like that, and they did an incredible job. So link will be in the description if you want to check that out. Also, thank you Chalknat for another dope red panda, and Isz Chalice for letting me use their Hemwick Charnel lane footage. You saved me the trouble of going back and re-recording all of it. And for the last time, thank you so much for watching, as all of the money raised in this video will go towards tickets for the Minecraft movie.